Morning, good morning. How are we
All
doing?
right. Good morning. Is it a good morning, LG? I don't know, man. I'm tired today. Is it a good morning? I feel like it could be a good morning. Could definitely turn into a good morning.
It
Yeah,
could,
let's
definitely.
yeah, definitely.
I gotta restart my morning. This is my second morning for me. So I've been through the whole day. So now we got 2.0. I got 2 days in one right here.
Reminds me of that video, where it's like, you know that short video where there's this big buff guy, I can't remember his name, and he's like, I got my days broken up into, like, I got 4 different days, and it's like, have you seen that one? It's like your noon is my morning, and it's like, oh my
Yes,
god,
yes, yes. I know it's already.
love that
I
one.
think that's been
Like,
rehashed a number of times by various
yeah,
different, people, influencers, all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I love it. So I'm like, I wake up at, and then you see these influencer videos, and it's like, woke up at 2 a.m. It's like, wait a minute, that's
I
still the
woke up
same
two
day.
months
That's like, you
ago
don't. Yeah,
and I've still been going.
yeah.
Right?
It's like, wait a minute, you
I'm
wake up at
fine,
2
man.
a.m.
I don't sleep ever.
Yeah, it's like it's still the same day. You're not waking up at 2 a.m. If you wake up at 2 a.m., it's still the same day. You can't wake up at 2 a.m. and then start your day. You're gonna be taking a nap at 11 a.m. and then
Exactly.
how effective are you gonna be? Like, I, my day starts
Precisely.
at 2 a.m. and ends at 1 a.m. Like that's how effective I am. And then
That's
you're
it.
just
And you do
sleepwalking
like
through, like,
360 ice baths and like you do
yeah,
a
you make
handstand, you
you
go do
make
a backflip and some other stuff, to
yeah,
make
it's like
you
you
sleep.
you you have the energy
Do
to
the
record
ritual.
that one video, and then you're gonna be asleep rest of the day. All right.
Uh,
Okay, so I've been thinking a lot. I've been thinking about a lot about my trading because I've as you guys know, I haven't been manual trading much. I've still got my swing trading account, mostly trading that. Personal, because all my funded accounts, including the ones at the 5ers here, are connected to my algo trading portfolio. But and I don't know if you guys, if I told you guys, but I passed that CMT1. So I passed that CMT1, and then I'm studying for CMT2.
what a
And a lot
king.
of people, yeah,
What a
man,
king.
that's
That's great, man.
thank you, man.
Dude, that's
Yeah,
good.
thank you,
Hell yes.
thank
Hell
you.
yes.
Can
Well
we,
done.
can we, maybe, yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's
I'm
not a
gonna.
high pass rate, right? I mean, this stuff's difficult.
Ooh, look at that. Well, yeah, it is quite
Like
difficult. I
some,
mean,
yeah.
it is quite difficult. I definitely see that people are struggling to pass it. But I think it's, if you know technical analysis and you spend the time to study, you're gonna get through it. It's a lot of knowledge. But I remember, like, saying, not me saying, but hearing at CMT2 level 2 is supposed to be much more complicated than
Mm.
CMT1. But I find it much easier because CMT1 was a lot of theories. It's like it's giving you all the information on, what is the RSI indicator based on? Like, what's the mathematical formula for calculating the RSI? And I'm like, that. I don't, like that to me is very complicated. You're probably the right person to do that, right? But for me,
Yeah,
like, I see
that's
that.
all very physics, math kind of based. It's all stochastics,
Yeah.
Markov chains, that kind of stuff. Yeah,
So
yeah,
I see a mathematical formula. I'm like, okay, next page. Like, I'm not gonna take a look at that. I'm just gonna assume
Meanwhile, me
that.
over here with this, as an
Yeah.
example, yeah, direct example.
On the test, it's like you have 4 choices, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna guess. Like, I don't care about that. So number one, CMT1 was definitely difficult, but now, because that's the theories, like, that's learning. CMT1 is teaching you what all of these indicators are doing, and giving you the theoretical knowledge. But then CMT2 is practical. It shows you, okay, how can you now apply this to the markets, and how can you actually use this knowledge? And that's where I believe, okay, that's what I'm good at. I'm a practical person. I don't like thinking, I like doing, right? So
Yeah,
I find CMT2 quite very interesting, and I really like it, and I haven't really struggled yet to understand most of it. So I'm reading that, I'm like, wow, I really love technical analysis. I really, I really like this, and I've been doing this for almost 9 years now, and I still like it. Uh, I figured, why I should probably do a little bit more manual trading, because I really like I really like it. I really like watching the market, watching price moving, and being able to kind of like read the story that the candles are telling me, right? So I figured, okay, I'm gonna get try to get into this again, because now I have a decent structure for the algo portfolio and the algo trading and everything. But I've taken a break from manual trading, especially active trading, which began. I made like a decision, like a New Year's resolution, where I remember I talked about this many months ago in a live stream, where I went through my personal diary, and all I could see is just trading stress, trading stress, trading stress. So for me, trading became synonymous with stress.
Yeah.
So I had to tell myself, like, okay, man, you gotta take a break, right? Because otherwise, you're gonna just you're gonna run into the wall, right? You're gonna hit a wall, and it's gonna be too much. It's better, and I think maybe I even got to that point where I felt like, okay, it's enough, right? Now it's enough. So I took a break, and now I'm looking at the date, and I'm like, this is the 8th month of the year. Have I really been taking a break for 8 months? Uh, Not sure if I ended it like on the new year, but somewhere between like six and 8 months, I've been taking a break from manual trading. Because most of the manual trading that you've seen me on here is on like the evaluation accounts. It's evaluation accounts that I lose that one and can I get a new one, because I'm trading on the 1 minute here, and I'm losing this account, I'm losing that one. My real funded accounts, like, that's I'm not going to throw them away. Like, I'm not going to trade like an idiot here on live streams
Yeah.
with that, right? So, but now I want to get back into it. I want to try to start a new journey, basically, and do it as if because we all say, I wish I knew this when I started trading, right?
Hmm.
Like, it's like,
Definitely,
oh
definitely.
yeah, like, oh, what, I wish I knew about this risk management strategy when I started trading. Otherwise, I wouldn't be blowing all these accounts if I had that
Before you
information.
lost 1 grand, 2 grand, 5 grand, 10 grand, 50 grand. You're like, oh, if I just knew
Yeah,
that before, you know.
exactly. It's kind of like you get older and you're like, I wish I knew this when I was young.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So I figured, okay, let's start that new journey, right? With that in mind. Okay, so uh, how would I structure a completely new trading system? It's not going to be a trading system really. It's going to be more discretionary trading, because that's also something that I figure out. Right, I'm going through the CMT curriculum, and I'm like, I know this. Like, I already know this. The only reason I'm doing it now is just to get the certificate. But I know the information, right? So now it's just about going through the process and getting the certificate, and having the title and being all professional and all suited up and like, look at me, I get everything. But I know I have the information, and I noticed when going through it, like, I have a very broad knowledge base when it comes to price action trading. So I want to go into this with trying to do it all discretionary, and I'm looking at the 5ers Hub right now. So I'm gonna buy an account with my own money, right? I can get a free account from the
Hey,
company. Obviously, that's one of the perks, right, of working for a prop firm, is you can just send a message to the boss and say like, hey, get me an account. Okay, it's not that easy,
give
but
me
I
mine
can.
then. Come on, it's fine.
But I can if I
I'm
want to.
already
But
good.
I
It's
want
fine.
I want to I want to make sure that I get this account, my own money, and I build this up from scratch from the beginning. And I want to invite you all watching here to kind of follow along with this journey, where I'm going to do it completely transparently, which is probably going to make it a lot more difficult on me, because if you're watching this right now, imagine if you think trading is difficult, right? And I remember we had I had a conversation with Rich yesterday, where he said like, we talked about the idea of like, raising a family is difficult, having kids is difficult. A lot of people say like the most difficult thing you can do is raising a family, raising kids, and it's like then you think about it and like, but trading is still the most difficult thing that I've ever tried to master. Of everything that I've tried in my life, trading takes the prize of being the most difficult thing, right? And then imagine if you're doing that in front of hundreds of people watching you live, do it live, transparently. It's not like it's gonna make it easier.
Yeah.
But I figured like I want to show the process, right? So I'm gonna start by creating I don't have time to do that today probably, but I want to start with like create a trading plan, right? Get a document up and start working on that trading plan. Like who am I as a trader? Who do I want to be as a trader? What type of setups am I looking at? What are the rules of the strategies? Everything, right? Just get it all out there so you guys can see the process from the beginning, and then create rules. And yeah, you know what? We can talk about this for hours. I can talk about this for hours, but I feel like we probably want to
I think that's good. Like, do it granular from the ground up. Where do you start? We're unlocking this here. You do have some prior knowledge, so that's fine. You would hope that once you are jumping into the market with real capital, you would have some kind of knowledge. You've done that prior prep. So now we're going to build that from the ground up and see where we go from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to step 4 and go the whole distance and see how far we can take it. I think that's great. I think it's good.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm probably gonna have very long, wide discussions here. Not everyone is gonna be interested in hearing all the things that I have to share here, but I don't care.
That's what's valuable.
Yeah,
like that's what actually matters and actually will make the difference to your trading, to your career, if you actually treat it as a career, not just a pump and dump type situation, right?
That's but you also know, like, there's the issue with that's the problem with content creation today, especially today. Like everyone wants, everyone just wants, by the way, I guess I'm gonna add that giveaway link to the description right now. I'm gonna talk about we got a giveaway. I'm setting up a new type of giveaway that we're gonna be doing every day of the live stream. I'm gonna have some more information on that in a bit. But that's the issue with the type of content that we're trying to create, because we're trying to create content that is heavy on information, right? It's heavy on information, and it's complicated, it's advanced, it's difficult. You need a lot of time to actually digest it, and you need a lot of time to explain these concepts. And we're trying to do so on a platform and in a space where everyone's attention span is like, I've seen some research on that. Like as a content creation, I've looked at the statistics, right? And I think it's like if they don't like what they're seeing in the first 2 to 3 seconds, they're gonna switch clip, right? They're gonna look at something else. So you got like 2 to 3 seconds to like get people's attention, and if you don't have it within those 2 first seconds, they're gonna switch, right? Some people will stay for 10 seconds, and and here we're trying to give them like.
I mean, you're also trying to help those people that switch off too quick, because they need to stay around. You need to stay around. You need to get that, that gravity, get the actual quality information to actually be able to level up. Otherwise, you won't get that. If you keep tuning out and just want the quick fix, it's not going to work. It's like I always go back to the training, physical training, lifting weights, that kind of stuff. 6-pack abs in 6 weeks is not a thing, right? You're not going to lose the weight in that time. Whatever level of fitness you're at, if you want to diet properly, that kind of stuff, it's going to take a bit more. It's going to take the 2 to 3 months. And then if you want to lift weights, actually get built, you're going to be in a 6-month, 1 year, 2 year kind of journey. No one wants to hear that. They want to know how they can get it by the next quarter, the next period. And so that's the trouble. But for any guys out there that have been going in that cycle, that's what you need. You need to stick around, do the work, treat it like a job, treat it like the same way you go to university, you spend, your 3 to 5 years studying. You need to put in the work and the time. Now, you can argue that maybe university doesn't need to be 3 to 5 years. And the same thing here. You can definitely do stuff quicker, like a 2, 3, 4 month to 12-month period, depending on your rapidity of learning. depending on what else you've got going on in your life. But that's how you will actually get ahead. That's the real source. If you actually really want to make it, really make a change, make a difference, and make impact, and actually get a return out of the time that you're putting into this. Because you are putting a massive amount of time, massive amount of effort, both from raw time plus psychological effort and input, and that kind of capital, as well as real capital, financial capital. Do it right. That's the thing.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what Jonathan's going to show you guys here. He's going to show you that from the ground up. So that's
but I'm going to do it and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in a way where I'm not going to tell you guys that I'm going to succeed this time, because I want to show you also what I'm struggling with here, because there's a couple of things here where some of the weakness I have as a trader, as a person. I mean, let's be honest. The weaknesses that we have in trading.
We're people. It's always people. Yeah. Everyone, right. We're all people.
It's like trading it's like you're putting up a mirror to yourself, and everything that there's maybe some parts of you that you're looking at the mirror and you're like, there's might be some parts of you where it's like, I don't like that, but in trading, it's all gonna be out there, right? And you're gonna be noticing every single flaw that you have as a person. You're gonna be noticing that in trading, and you have to take care of that. So it's like, trading for me has been a really long journey into some really dark places of my own psychology, because I've really I'd had to tell myself, like, listen, you're not very good at that part of trading, like that. You're not very good at that because you have issues with this and that, and you have to figure that out before you can move on with trading. So one of those things was, and one of the things that I'm struggling with right now in trading is my ability to be impulsive, right? And that could be a strength as well, but in business life, the creativity and impulsiveness is actually, I believe, is mostly a strength for me, because I get things happening. Like I get an idea. Like, for example, 2 days ago, I had an idea for a new business, and today I have someone on Upwork working on that. So it's like, okay, I get an idea. I pay someone like $1,000 on Upwork, get me a business plan, start working on this, blah, blah. So it's like, that impulsiveness works very well for me with creating new products and creating new things in business. But in trading, it's like, you get an idea, and it's like, I'm going to take that trade, and you take the trade, and you're like, oh, that's a bad trade, Yeah. In trading, that impulsiveness is a huge problem. So I'm trying to like work this into my trading plan. Like, okay, so I have a weakness. I'm impulsive. How can we, with rules and with processes, make sure that I can stop myself in my tracks before taking those impulsive trades? And some of the things that I've seen is if I stay above the 50-minute time frame, I don't really have a lot of problem with impulsiveness, because I'm waiting for the 50-minute candle to close. But sometimes it's just 1 minute until the 50-minute candle close. Okay, so that's like waiting for a 1 minute candle. That's something that I figured out a couple of days ago, is not only do I have to limit time frames I'm looking at, I also have to limit the time that is remaining on the candle that I'm looking at. Let's say, okay, I'm basing my trading, let's say, on the 4 hour. You're scrolling the market and you see a beautiful setup that is about to form on the 4 hour. But what if it's just 1 minute until that 4 hour candle is closing, and you have to make that decision in 1 minute? So I have to try to incorporate a rule where I say, I'm not going to go below the 15 minutes, but I also have to make a plan for that trade well in advance. So I can't make a plan for the trade based on the current 50-minute candle. I have to already have a solid plan for the trade, and only look at the 15-minute when the plan is already made. But combining limiting time frames and also limiting how much time there is left on a specific candle with how many trades I can take in a day, I believe I can limit the impulsive nature of my trading and also the dangers of over trading. So the impulsive nature is getting kind of like controlled by the timing aspect, and the over trading problem is getting solved by only following a strict number of trades per day. It's easier said than done, though, because we all all have, we all have these ideas. Like, what if I did that? Okay, I'm just gonna do this. You just do this, and everything's gonna be great. But then you actually have to do the thing, And it's
exactly,
man, it's difficult.
It all comes down to impulse control, that kind of stuff. How quickly can you self-regulate yourself back to that baseline where is rational, where is complete, and you can see clearly, versus getting derailed, right? And that's probably the biggest challenge, because trading is very entrepreneurial, right? And although those entrepreneurial aspects very much lend themselves to trading, but the same way, like you're talking about, where you come up with a new idea and you start doing this, start doing that, and you want to act right now, that in business is very good, because typically you just do more actions, you can see how they fail quickly, and then generally, though, it's a very low cost or no cost type option in most outcomes. If you do that in trading, you get a very aggressive negative feedback saying that, no, you acted too quickly, you just got absolutely ripped in the market, and now you've taken a massive hit, and then you got to reclaim that and get back to where you were. Business, typically, you try something, doesn't really work, it fails, okay, you go on to the next, etc., etc. So, unlike most other domains, trading has that outcome where for you to fail and gain those scars and gain that experience, it has a cost. And it's a deep cost, an expensive cost, right?
Yeah, I think so
that's where it becomes very hard, because you can rack that up very quickly, where you might actually still be learning, you're actually doing well, but it very much, the numbers you can see on the screen feel like you're doing terribly. Absolutely terribly.
Right, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
And then that derails your confidence and your ideas and your willingness to keep putting these ideas forward, because everything else, every bit of evidence is showing you that it's terrible right in front of you, and it hurts your back pocket, right? Business stuff, you can go, okay, that happened, whatever, we move on to the next thing. It's not always so direct, whereas trading is very direct. And so that's where it really derails people's psychology, that kind of stuff. And that's definitely a very big aspect, but it's incoming mail. It's probably a thing to realize that, and most people don't know until they've learned that and get the scars, that you should go in a bit softer, test first on a soft level, see how it works, then level in. Much like doing a MVP model for a business, right? Where you're just trying to, put up the best thing you've got right now, see how it goes, and then you iterate. So any kind of business entrepreneurial aspects are very, very similar to trading to a large degree.
Yeah, it really is. Really is. Okay. Right, okay, so I just bought the account. I'm logged into the account here on MetaTrader. I like the hypergrowth account the most, because I think they have the most potential of growing the accounts as quickly as possible. It's going to double every 10%. So you go with the biggest hypergrowth account, and then you have that doubling. I think the biggest one is 40K, I believe, when you're funded. I can't remember. Is it? I think
when you're funded, yeah. So it starts at 20 and then goes to 40 once you're funded. Yeah.
I think that has long-term hypergrowth, long-term best account, because you get the most expensive one, 40K, and then every 10% you'll double that. and you don't have any rules with the news tradings. You don't have the daily stop at level limit is not a hard stop, so you won't lose the account. And I think Hypergrowth is best, definitely the best account. I have a 40k Hypergrowth right now funded on the algo portfolio, because I do also think that my algo portfolio also has a higher percentage of success compared to my discretionary trading, because in discretionary trading, I'm the biggest enemy. I'm my biggest enemy, basically. In algo trading, I take my technical expertise, but I remove the emotions. If I could remove my emotions from discretionary trading, I would be making so much money, guys. Like, because I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I really know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, you look at GBP USD here, for example. Like, I'm looking at GBP USD very often. Okay, very often. So when I see this, like, for example, this move down here, like, I know that I should have bought this. Like, to me, it's like, it's obvious. I should have bought this, but I remember this very trade, and the reason why I didn't buy it was because it hit that level right there. But in hindsight, and when looking at it as well, I know the probability is in my favor if I buy that resistance with that break of structure. I have the statistics. I know I should have done that, but I didn't, because I was fearful of that being support. And it's like I let fear dictate my decisions. Same thing here. I'm looking at GBP USD. I'm telling you guys in the live stream when this is happening. Okay, we have like a head and shoulders type of pattern. If we break the neckline, sell. We broke the neckline. We even had a break and retest right there down to range lows. Again, almost the same type of thing. Okay, I'm gonna sell the breakdown. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. I'm gonna sell this breakdown. Did I? No, because it hit that support right there. Okay, so it's like that an algo can do for me without being fearful, and that's why I think my algo trading business, if you will have a higher chance of success. So one of the processes that I have here is I'm going to be scanning the markets on a weekly basis. Usually I did it on I've done it on the weekly. I gotta stop reading messages when I'm trying to explain something. This is ridiculous.
Finish first and then read.
Usually doing my market scans on Sunday, right? Sunday evening. So I have this, again, this is, going back to the idea of we have great ideas, but not always execute on them. Like, I have this wonderful idea of how I want to live my life. I want to wake up early. I want to go out on a run, smile, be happy, have a wonderful breakfast, nice coffee, get a shower, just feel terrific, and then start working. That's what I want to do with my life. Yeah. Mostly, I wake up late. I'm like, oh, God damn it, I'm late again. I'm not going to have the time to run. I walk down the stairs, and I can't barely run because my damn foot I broke is just so stiff. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to get out and run here. I can't even go down the stairs. And I sit, I have my cup of coffee, and I sit and I stare, out in the nothingness, thinking about my life.
Into the void.
Yeah. It's like, what am I doing, And
where am I right now?
The same thing, for the weekends, for Sunday, I want to, every Sunday at 9 p.m., I want to plan my week ahead. And when doing that weekly planning, I also want to do my weekly market scan. And when I'm done with that weekly market scan, I want to send out a newsletter to all my subscribers showing them the best setups. And that just it doesn't happen, Go down to the office, it's 9, put on some music, takes way too long. It's 10, maybe 11. I'm like, I gotta go to bed. I'm not done with the market scan. I'm too tired, So I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate that weekly market scanning into a routine that's actually working, you know. And I figured it's probably best for me to do this on a Monday when I'm actually, you know, focused and I'm working, and you know, on the weekend it's like that's family time, so I don't really want to be focusing too much on trading. So I figured it's probably best for me to do that market scan on the live stream, because if I'm gonna be here on the live stream looking at the charts, I might as well do something useful, you know. So
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's also part of, you know, showing everyone the journey and showing everyone the process of if I do everything, if I do the whole process here, transparently, open with you guys. I start the week, you know, start Monday live stream here with that weekly market scanning, showing you guys all the setups and everything. You'll get a good glimpse into my process. I'm not saying that this process will work for you. Most likely, it's not going to work for you. We are probably different, but it's going to give you some ideas on how you can actually build your own process. All right, before we go into looking at the...
I was going to say, do you want to just give the brief rundown on the secret code stuff so that people aren't wigging out with
Yeah.
So there's a couple of questions there. So
that's a good idea. Okay.
How that works.
So you can see in the description, we have a link to a giveaway. And I will also post that giveaway link in the comment section. So let me just get that set up. Where is that? It's going to be right here. I'm going to go in and add that to the comment section.
And information media. Will we tell about how news affects the trading? Yeah, definitely. We can go over that, mate. Easy done. We got a light news week as far as the US this week, to be fair. I can definitely give you that rundown. No problem.
Yeah, it's a good idea as well. We're going to have Dirk is on vacation this week. I think it's going to be back maybe next week. And I'm thinking about like putting together you, LJ, and Dirk and having a like a macro breakdown of
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think if we get that hashed out in a very like easy and digestible manner for you guys, that you don't have to, because macro fundamental, there's a lot of churn, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of tedious elements. Very succinct, easy to understand, 2-minute format, and then hash out some of the other more in-depth parts and give you guys the executionable portions where you can actually make trades on that, or even just protect the trades you already have. I think that would be quite good.
Yeah, definitely.
So let us know.
All right, so the giveaway. That's right. We're doing a giveaway, and we're gonna be doing a giveaway every day of the week. Now, the way this giveaway is going to work is, to be able to get into the giveaway, you'll have to have a secret word. Now, that secret word is going to be given to you in 2 or 3 parts throughout the live stream. Because I was thinking about this, right? How can we reward our, you know, most loyal viewers? And I think the best way to reward them is to make sure that the ones that are returning to this live stream on a regular basis and watching most of the live streams, those are the people that are going to be able to get into the giveaway. So we're gonna have a word that is a combination of or a name or a word that is a combination of 2 to 3 words, right? So let's say, for example, secret code is going to be...
Jonatan is the greatest.
Something like that, or like apple pie.
Something like that.
So we're gonna say like, okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, first part of the code. This is not today, right? But you know, okay, what I can do, okay, I'm actually gonna say the first part of today's code, and it's gonna be find. Okay, so today's first part of the code is going to be find. So code. So I can write it right here. First part of the secret code is find. Okay, so you now know you have the first part of that code, and that's going to be find. And later in the live stream, we're going to give you the second part of that code, and then a little bit later, the third part of that code. These 3 parts are put together into one word, and that's going to give you access to the giveaway. And then tomorrow, we're going to announce the winners of that giveaway. So every day we're going to have this giveaway, and then every next day we're going to announce the winners of yesterday's giveaway. And the prices are going to be different every time. So you'll be getting new prices and different prices. We're going to be giving away, could be hub credits, could be accounts, small accounts, sometimes big accounts, and you'll never know what you're going to get.
I mean, you can try guess, but if you try guess, definitely. Chances are you'll probably get it wrong. But you can try. I mean, that's fair.
Definitely a complicated giveaway. We're gonna see how this works, and it's gonna be interesting to see what the results are of this. But I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, it's a very complicated giveaway, and that's the idea. We want to make sure that we give to our most loyal viewers. For someone who just gets in here and just wants to join the giveaway, of course it's going to be complicated, because we want to make sure that we do it a little bit complicated. Have some fun.
No, exactly, it's fun. See, there we go. Giveaway is fun. Yeah. That's it. You got to change it up all the time, guys. Like, right?
Yep.
Bit of creativity. There you are.
Okay, so I do have my, I got my MetaTrader all set up here, and like I said, one of the rules here that I'm not completely sure on is how many trades I'm going to be taking in a day. What's the max number of trades? And when I say trades, I'm not going to be scaling into position. This is something that I've tried for many years now, actually, scaling into position. And you know, we have a question here asking if we are profitable traders, like full-time trading for a living and make money trading. So I think LJ is definitely, from, you know, comparing us two, I think LJ is definitely the one that is bringing in more money, bringing money from trading than I am at the moment. So to answer this in a simple way, you know, if I would be just trading and making a living of just trading, and you know, that my full-time occupation, then I wouldn't be here. Basically, that's what I'm saying. But I've also taken a decision that I don't want to be I don't want to be reliant only on trading. I feel like I've been there.
Makes it hard, man. Makes it hard.
Yeah, I've traded full time for almost 2 years, and it's I'm never going back to that. That was the most stressful part of my life, and I also in the second year lost a lot of money. And money that I would not have lost if I had a side job, because the money was lost by me being break even for like 6 months. So I had to pay all my expenses, all my living expenses I had to take from the trading account and savings. So my savings, you know, went to zero. My trading account started getting lower. So I had like diminishing returns, and that stress caused me to go into a drawdown. And I'm like, okay, I can't do this. I need to get a job. And obviously, what's better to be a trader when I get a job in the trading space? So here I am working full time for the 5ers while trading at the same time. So I'm making money from trading, but I'm also making money from the salary that I get from the 5ers. And for me, that's the dream. That's the perfect way for me to do it. I'm very jealous and envious of people that are able to trade for a living and do it in a way where they're not getting stressed to death by it?
Yeah, so I've been trading now for 13 years, trading full-time for 11, right? So the prior 2 years before that, where I wasn't trading full-time, I was still doing other part-time jobs, that kind of stuff. I was like 18, 19, right? So, kind of normal, that kind of thing. And you're trying to build up that capital. But since then, yes. For any of you guys out there, to be honest, personally, I would not recommend trading full-time. That's for a very select few, if you can do it, because the other troubles is not you yourself. It's always the other things in life that you have with partners, relationships, family, whatever is going on, right? That's what makes it hard. If you could just nail down just do you, then you'd be good. But all the other stuff, naturally, that's how life works. It's going to come into play. And that's what makes it really hard, because trading sometimes might have a killer month, 1, 2, 3 months in a row, absolute smash it. Next couple of months, you get a bit of seasonality, markets slow down or something else happens, whatever. You're not going to be crushing the same levels. So you very much have to have, if you are going to do it full time, bring those expectations for your minimum income, what you're expecting to derive from trading, way down. Take it to half, and I would say half again. So take like 1/4 of what you made. If you can live off that, then do it. If not, don't. Because you got taxes, everything else included, right? It's going to be very hard. And
You need to make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I would just say, like, someone's like, oh, I'm going full-time trading next year. I'm like, okay, do you have 2 years worth of living expenses and a proven track record of being profitable at least for 1 or 2 years? If the answer is no, then
to go full-time, at least 2 years. If you're, right? Yeah. Because if not, you're banking on you being the extreme exception, which does exist. But if you're wanting to lead a sane life and not get stressed out, not lose your mind or run into some kind of problems, then yes, at least 2 years expenses, level off your job. I would say still keep a job, but find something that is like part-time you can do. If you're already in a certain profession, see if you can drop that full-time thing back to part-time, either do some kind of consulting thing or completely switch job that you can just pay your expenses with a part-time thing, right? And then trade on the side. And that will at least give you a consistent cash flow to stay afloat whilst you're doing the trading. And you go through those drawdown periods, those highs, those lows, whatever.
Sometimes I have a banking app that I used back then. I don't use it anymore, but sometimes I go log into it and I look at the graph of the amount of money that I had in the bank account when I think it was 2019. That was the money I decided to use when as a living expenses when I was trading, and it's all gone. Like, it's all gone. And I looked at that. I'm like, shit, that's a lot of money. I could have taken that money, could have just put it into the same long-term portfolio I have today with 60% stocks and Bitcoin and gold, and put it in there and made 10% a year. That would have been comfortable for me. But instead of doing that, I risked it all on becoming a full-time profitable trader, which I was. Like, I was a profitable trader before going full-time. When I went full-time, the second year, I stopped being profitable because of all the stress that came from being full-time. So it's like, it's really difficult, because now when you think about it, like, okay, I look at that money, I'm like, that money is now gone. For what? Like, I could have just traded while keeping my job and not lose the money, like maybe lose some money, but the money that I made from the salary would obviously pay for the expenses I didn't have to take from the savings. Like, it's a bit like, I'm not gonna say it's depressive, but it's definitely a learning experience,
That's where a bunch of those like entrepreneurial business type aspects come in, because it is very much you're running your own business per se. because you've also got other life commitments. You've got an unpredictable cash flow, not like working a regular job where you're getting paid X, then you get paid X and X and X and X, and adds up at the end of the year Y, and you pay Y taxes.
Yeah.
Trading, you have no idea. Typically, you have to figure out your own individual taxes on top of everything else. You don't know how much it'll be, so you put a portion aside from what you have made to account for that, and then you've got cash flow, troubles, rah. So I would say live below your means for a certain period, build that bank up, and just accept that you're going to do this for a couple of years and not doing all the flashy stuff that you see on social media, all that kind of thing. Build it up. Once you get to there, now you can start gradually increasing, and that's how you make it secure. So.
Good question here. I think this is a good question as well. So the issue was not that I was trading good. I would never take the decision to go full time if I did not have the statistics to back it up, and like I was trading well. I thought if I can just replicate this with more money and more time, more trades, more money, more profits, basically. If I can just scale this, then I'll be able to retire, basically. So I had a plan and everything was running, but I have a few problems in trading. Like I mentioned earlier, being impulsive. That is a problem that I need to that gets worse with stress, and that's something I have to manage to. That's a weakness. I know that's a weakness I have to control, and I have to manage impulse control, right? And the stress that came from full-time trading and being 100% relying on the trading income increased that impulsiveness and lowered my ability to control my impulses, basically. So less stress, better trading. So having a side job would make it less stressful. I wouldn't make as much money from trading probably, but I would make money from trading. So what I'm doing right now is like trading.
And that's the thing, consistently, you'd make it consistently, and then over time it will aggregate and compound, and that's how you get there. Because you miss out those mistakes you would have otherwise made because you're trying to force it. Because the trouble is, trading is 24 hours, 5 days a day. There's always a trade to be made. Right, and so you feel like you're missing out if you don't make that trade, or you saw something you're like, right. So
it was difficult.
That side thing, then it's better.
And it was difficult even being on vacation. Like it's like you're on vacation. Like I'm not making any money. Market is moving. I'm not in the market. I'm not making money. Like how?
Exactly. Yeah.
How am I supposed
why
to
am I
make
not
a
doing this?
living?
Why am I not doing this?
Exactly.
Am I the idiot?
Exactly.
Everyone else is, and I'm on vacation sitting here, and other people are making money. And what am I doing?
And I was a wreck. Like I really, I was really a wreck, and I think I was actually insanely stressful up until beginning of the year when I took the decision to because don't get me wrong, it was not all not trading was stressful even when I tried trading with I worked for the 5ers and I started the live streams, and I thought, okay, let's switch to more active trading during the live streams, and that was also quite stressful. So I think my life became much less stressful when I made the decision to stop trading actively and go into algo trading. Keep my swing trading, a couple of trades a week, sometimes even just a month, but go into algo trading. That's when I want to spend my time. And my life became much less stressful. Like it was like I had just a big weight off my shoulder that's been pushing me down for many years. But I feel now that I've gone through that journey. I've taken a break over 6 months now, and I feel like, well, let's try it again, and let's do it the right way. Because now, and I'm also I'm super honest about this and transparent. I'm not gonna delete this live stream if things doesn't go well, so everyone can go back and look at the replay of this live stream and say well, you said this, Jonatan, you said this is your problem in trading. Why are you taking these trades? You're saying this, I create a rule saying I'm not going to take more than 2 trades a day, but now you're at 4,
Yeah.
So that I can also use use that publicity to my advantage to keep myself accountable, which is interesting.
I agree, and it's also good though not to be too strict, because you don't want to get you don't want to get too hung up on the thing trying to say I'm doing this, and get too strict with that, and then get wrapped up that okay, 2 trades was what you outlined, and you take 4, but if there was 4 good trades, then good, right?
Yeah, let me
you gotta have that flexibility. What's up?
I'm not sure I agree with you, because I agree with you, but I think it's a little bit different from person to person. Let me get my screen up here so you can see my nice little
put it this way, Jonatan. What I was saying though, like once you've gone through that period, I guess the next question then is, when do you know to transition out of it? So say you capping yourself to the 2, but now you've evolved because you've gone through that discipline. When do you know to break free of that and continue forward and go to the next level, right? Because now
I guess
you need to recreate that for the same, but on the next level. If you lock yourself down too much, you could get capped out, right?
I think I agree with you, but I also there's two parts to this, right? The first is I think I need strict rules to be able to function more discipline with more discipline and to kind of like handle that impulsive nature. I need very strict rules and something to follow. If I'm too fluid with my rules, it's very easy for me to just not follow them at all. Yeah, exactly. So I need to be like
keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I give myself an opening, I'm gonna take that immediately. Like if I give myself the opportunity to increase that number of trades per day, we're quickly gonna be at 20 trades per day. I feel like yes, I put in a rule of saying like 2 trades per day. If I do that, for 2 months, 3 months, and I see like okay, it's not working, change it to 3. If I see that the results are not as good, and I feel like I might be getting into that realm of overtrading, go back to 2. So I think there's a way, of course, to do this in a structured way. But I think it's dangerous to start thinking about that now, because if I start thinking about that now, like start thinking about the time when I'm going to take more trades, it's like I'm getting tempted to start doing that right away. I figured one of the reasons for me to limit the number of trades that I'm going to take in a day is, of course, only to take the quality trades. If I have 4 different setups to choose from, and I know I can only take 2, I'm gonna look at that and I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna take the best one.
A plus only, right? Like A to A plus only. You can do that.
Yeah, and so the way I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna do my weekly trade planning, and I'm gonna add everything to the green list. So I did that yesterday. I went through all the list, the whole list right like this, and I went through it one by one, going through this, pressing the space bar to the next one and next one, and making sure that it's a structure that makes sense to me. So a good example of this could be, for example, we have Euro AD. I've done some previous analysis on this, and what I see on Euro AD is that we're at this resistance point right here, but I also see the possibility of going higher. Like there's definitely an area where price could potentially go up into that region. And so if the trend is strong, there is a chance of the trend here continuing higher. And if I look at the daily here, I think we have a fairly clean level where if price we have very strong move to the upside. We have first a major rejection here. Price moves down, but then it kind of starts to reclaim this level. So there's still, there's strength, pullback, strength. You get a pullback, but then you have strength again, and now we're potentially finding a distribution range where you might break down like this, and I'll be potentially looking for shorts. But what I'm more interested in here is an actual break above this level to perhaps go up and test this level again. So that's interesting, right? Euro 80 shows me something that could potentially be interesting. And then we move on to Euro CHF. And I zoom out and I don't really see anything interesting here. I mean, if Euro 80 would be trading up here, yeah, that would be interesting. Down here, that would be interesting. This whole trend right here, that would be interesting. But now it's like, okay, we got this trend here. But we got these moves, and it's just messy. It's all over the place. So I'm not gonna add that to the list. It's something that this doesn't feel right. Okay. And I'm not gonna focus on fundamentals here. I know that my strength lies in the technicals. I'm able to see the trends appearing and disappearing without really having to have that fundamental lens, even though I think it's very interesting. So I go through the whole market, I add it to the green list. Now that's done. That's my weekly trade planning. And now when it's Monday, I'm supposed to go into this green list and I'm supposed to make plans. And for one of the most efficient way for me to make these plans is to utilize TradingView's alert function. So I'm only gonna look at the markets that gives me an alert. So for example, on USD CHF, and one very important thing here is that my weekly trade planning or my weekly trade scan is happening on the weekly and the daily. So we got the it's basically 3 stages, where the first stage is weekly, daily to get the macro view, the technical macro view, and then when we're looking at a plan, we're looking at the daily and the 4-hour. That's the plan, right? And then the entry is going to be on the 4-hour down to perhaps the 15 minutes. The 15 minutes is going to be the lowest. So 3 stages where you have daily, weekly, daily 4-hour, and then 4-hour and 1 hour. That's the final stage, and potentially also the 15-minute for confirmation, but I'm going to try to stay with the 1 hour. One example here.
So you're primarily looking for swing trades though, right? Just to give context to everyone, we're looking for swing trades necessarily, not typically today's trade, right?
Actually, no. I'm looking for for intraday. I'm looking for intraday moves within a swing trade, and I'm gonna show you a perfect example of that. Okay, we got USD CAD right here. This is a swing trade. Okay, but what I'm looking at here on USD CAD is, okay, so we got the overall idea right here is that I want to be long on USD CAD because I look at this as resistance, break and retest of that resistance, now support. We came down, we hit that trend line. I like what I'm seeing here on USD CAD for potential move higher. That's the swing trade. I'm also in this swing trade on my personal account. Unfortunately, it's not moving, and swaps are not my friend here with these long swing trades. Anyway, this is the overall idea from a swing trading perspective. So on a day trading perspective, I'm now going down to the 1 hour and 4 hour, okay, to kind of look at, can I use my swing trading expertise to find a direction where I think the market might go throughout the week, right?
I'm liking this.
Yeah, so I'm still,
well, I do. So yeah.
Nice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just saying yes.
This is good. All good, man.
It's good.
Please do whenever. So here's a great example. Okay, I mean, this to me, this is perfect. This is perfect. I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, so the daily swing trade confirmed, 4 hour break and retest. So on this candle right here, I can go now. This is going to be a failed idea, I think, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this specific idea fails. What matters is the process here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the replay tool here. So I look at the 4 hour. I'm like, okay, that is now a good retest, good support right here. I like that. This is a good support. Okay, so I got 2 levels of interest for potential TP. One here, and then potentially somewhere up here. Maybe here, because that looks like a fake out right there. So probably want to be at resistance. Okay, so that's 2 possible entries, possible take profits depending on what I think about the price structure here. So look at the 1 hour. Okay, that's a bullish engulfing candle. Bullish engulfing candle on support. We got the whole swing trade activated. We got everything is activated. I wanna enter here. Okay, so I wanna actually enter on that candle right there. Where's the stop loss going to be? Now this is a little bit complicated, but usually what I do is I look at the most obvious low prior to the breakout and the reclaim of the level, which would be this one right here, which makes no sense from a risk to reward perspective. So I'm trying to see where's the most immediate low prior to the breakout. So let's go to the 15-minute, and we see right here, this is where we have break retest. So that to me is price should not go below that one for the structure to be valid. Therefore, I'm putting my stop loss down here. Looking at the T-put to that one, that is only 0.6 R. I know I'm not going to have a high enough win rate for this to work out. Usually the way I'm trading this with the break and retest discretionary, I have about 60% win rate. It's not high enough to take trades that are negative risk reward. I need trades that are around 2R or higher. So I'm going to look at this as my trade management level. Okay, if price perhaps hits this level, I'll think about maybe moving my stops below here. So if price starts moving up here, I'll limit the risk on this trade, maybe take a little bit profit, move stops to entry. I don't like taking partial profits though. I'd like to get either TP gets hit fully or I get stopped out of the trade with me moving my trade to the upside. So where's the next level? And look at that move. Like, look at that move on the 50-minute. Isn't that beautiful? That's a huge move to the downside. Leaves a big untested level right there. So that would be my TP. Now we're looking at a 2R trade. So that would be the trade right there. And then we can look at the 50-minute. We can run forward here with the replay, and then you see you hit that level right there. At this point, could potentially move stops below here. And we move forward. Actually, you know what? I don't like moving the stop loss of the long tool, because I want to make sure that I can keep the original setup as accurate as possible. So instead, what I would do is just put a horizontal level here to indicate where I have the stop loss. Everything would be doing actively, all the analysis and everything would be done here in trading view, while I have MetaTrader here to the left of me, to the right of me, and I would use to monitor everything in MetaTrader, but keeping everything in TradingView for different reasons. I think it's much easier to follow. It's much easier for you guys to follow along with the analysis and everything I'm doing, because MetaTrader it's shit when it comes to analysis. It looks horrible and it is very clunky. And also for journaling purposes, saving the screenshots and uploading the screenshots and following everything alone. I can even make notes here on screen. So that's what I'm doing right now. Let's move forward here. Where is price right now? Where's price right now? Okay, I'm cool with this. This is definitely all right. But then you look at the 4 hour and you're like, this is second retest right there. Do I like this? It's the double top, double low. I still quite like this though. I still quite like it. Is it the perfect trade? Not sure about that. Not sure if this is the perfect trade. And I'm thinking about entering now. Can I enter something right now? Is it a perfect trade? If I'm not sure about this being the perfect trade, then it's not the perfect trade. Would I look at this and say that this could potentially be the perfect trade? This one right here. Yeah, that retest could potentially be the perfect trade for me. So I would have entered this one if I saw it earlier, which is obviously last week. And then I would have to hold it over the weekend, and there's a lot of things here that I kind of need to iron out, and I'm gonna do so in the trading plans. You'll see me adding all of that, but I actually like USD CAD here for upside, because as long as we don't take, this is USD CAD. Now, I must say it's not the perfect trade for me, so I should not take it. But it's very tempting because I really like that swing low, higher swing low, higher swing high. I think what we have right here is a rectangle pattern. It's a typical break and retest of a range. A rectangle pattern at the lows, accumulation pattern. Remember, this is the daily. This is a rectangle pattern that has formed over 60 days. So it's a long-term rectangle pattern at the lows after a sharp move to the downside. This to me screams accumulation range. You have a break and retest of the highs of that accumulation range with very clear levels to the upside. Okay, you got first the initial one, and then the second one, which I would probably be looking at my TP for in an intraday trade or an intra-week trade, if you will. But eventually, I think it's going to reach that level. And as a swing trade, I'm looking at 1.42. So there's a lot of potential here on USD CAD. But now the question is, again, this comes back to the idea that I always say, I'm a great analyst, but am I as good of a trader that I am an analyst? And I'm nowhere near as good of a trader as I am an analyst, because I can look at USD CAD and I can say, I think there's a probability of USD CAD moving higher. But how do I make money on that? How do I make money on knowing that? That's a different game.
It is. Is that not where the fundamental macro stuff comes in, Jonatan? Perhaps, just out of curiosity.
Perhaps. I mean, I read in. Actually, I'm going to look that up. I'm actually going to look that up for you guys. I'm going to log in.
You get the text, you get everything else, right? You get the structure, like you've done, but now you need to. You're trying to forecast the future. That's how trading works. You got to get in before everyone else gets in. So when you get in before everyone else does, either you're 100% wrong because no one else has seen it, and therefore you're the idiot, or the other side, you've gotten early because you've figured out where price is going, what's the current environment, and where we're leading to. And that's where the texts often portray the fundamentals in the macro, and that's where people build that off. But then when you come to that, to complete the pattern, complete the puzzle per se, I think you add in a touch of that macro and fundamental to know where it's going to. And that's what gives you that confidence in that trade and being able to ride it the whole way through.
Right? You know what I think the strength comes in. I don't know, we've talked a little bit about this in private, and your video knows earlier as well. We kind of touched upon this. I mean, ideally, what you want to do is you want to have like you want a team. You know what I mean? Like when you're trading like this, you want to have someone like myself being an expert at technical analysis, and then someone being because you can't put in a 40-hour work week on two things and expect to be as good as someone who does it on one thing. That's where expertise comes from, right? Yeah. So when you have and this is what I'm going to show you in I can't remember where we
Can you do something halfway in between though? Because this is what I'm trying to get out with people as well. That say the same way, if you go to gym every day, use the gym analogy once again. You can train every day. If you're not getting the nutrition, you're not going to grow. But if you know just a little bit about nutrition and then you train, you will grow. right? You don't have to go into biomedical science and be like full scientific and go crazy. I think having a little bit of a dash of it, knowing where the central banks are, where like those kind of main fundamentals, just the basic stuff. Same way that you need to know your protein, your carbs, and your fats. Those are the main three. If you get that in line and then you just lift weights, you'll be good. So the same way with fundamentals and macro, you just get the kind of basic stuff. You don't have to go crazy in depth. You're not trying to start a macro hedge fund here or something, but just get some of the key pieces in line and look for the trades that back up the text and that kind of stuff you're already seeing. And then that's what firmly makes it an A+ trade. Because right now, if you view it as an A+ trade or an A trade with just the text, it could be, in reality, a B trade. Because the fundamentals actually going forward turn it the other way. Right, so if you add a dash of that, you can get close to that A to A-.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just throwing out food for thought. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
I'm gonna show you something that I can't show the exact quote here, but I'm gonna show you something that so the curriculum is actually only available digitally now. It was a couple of years ago you could order a book, but now it's just digitally. So I got this like reading pad that I'm reading every night, and I read this first part. I reread it yesterday, and it's just a beautiful piece by, I think, the founder of CMT, where he talks about fusion analysis. And because like the CMT is set up in a way where you're going to be a professional expert at technical analysis, but they're setting you up to like join a bank or investment bank or join a firm as a technical analyst to work together with other types of analysts. And here talks about, first understanding the role of a fundamental analyst, and then understanding the role of a technical analyst, and then understanding how a technical analyst could work with a fundamental analyst within a fund, right? And then also goes on to say like, what are some of the fundamental skills that a technical analyst could be using. And one very cool thing that I've seen here in the and like the direction that I've decided to take in my own trading and in my professional career as an analyst as well, is to do fundamental analysis, but on the charts, right? So looking at things like, when you're talking about the CPI, you're talking about CPI and you're talking about inflation, instead of, talking about what we think it will happen in the future based on what people are saying or what
and news stuff, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Look at the
you
numbers.
Need to do the actual, you need to do the actual numbers. You need the actual
exactly
data.
Like go into Fred, like that Philadelphia, Fed, get all the charts and everything. Create your own charts. Find the numbers. I got right here. I got the
exactly.
What is it? The here we have the which one is it? I can't remember. I got like that with the different yields, right? And it can like.
Man, I'd love to do, but I don't use TradingView enough to know. I'm still learning. I'm on all the old school platforms, mate. I'm old school, bro. I'm old school. So
here we have the German 10-year versus the US 10-year. This is the yield spread between the German 10 and the US 10 on TradingView. This is US 10 versus the Yen 10-year and GBP versus. So this to me is fundamental analysis, but done through a technical analyst lens.
No, that's a very good point, because this is something I use every single day, where you get a technical indicator, but it's like a fundamental indicator, but you use it technically, and you can technically analyze them. Because I look at the Bund, the gilts, and the US 10-year every single day. Exact same deal, and you look at the differential, especially when there's no news. and you're like, why is euro appreciating or falling off a cliff? Often is because of that bond spread right there. So that's something where you can actually analyze it technically in order to get a fundamental outlook, right?
That's where I've decided to take my that's the direction that I've decided to take in. And then I'm the way I'm defining it is to talk in terms of macro technicals. So doing macro technical analysis, which basically means not just looking at price for one asset, but doing things like looking at relative strength, looking at the market breadth, looking at the trends of inflation, the trends of CPI, looking at the what traders are pricing in terms of rate cuts and the percentage of that, and looking at the trends of that, and looking at similar situations in the past, and then looking at the statistics of that, looking at things like what is the surveys of the risk of recession and things like that, looking at the actual numbers and not speculation of I guess that's kind of like what I'm trying to incorporate into my analysis here. But that's, man, it's like you're taking the
work. It takes work.
Yeah,
like,
you have.
It's a job. Like trading is a job. It takes work. It takes effort to do it fully and properly, and get the best out of it. It does take work, just like anything else. But on the counter side of that, if you put in that work, it is very high paid. You do get the reward. It's not just fruitless. It is very rewarding. And so in the same way that we were talking about it being somewhat entrepreneurial, when you start a business and you're an entrepreneur or something, especially when you first start off, before you've hit it big, you have to wear many hats. You have to be, the director, the marketing person, the salesperson, the this, the that, the whatever, right? All of it together, plus the creative, plus everything. It's the same thing with trading, where you got to wear many hats. You got to do the text, you got to do this, go do that, do fundamental, do macro, do whatever.
I don't think I'm actually you know what I.
It's a thing where it doesn't mean you have to do all of it and go crazy. There's a certain blend of a relative level of each piece that you can merge together. And then the other part is that psychology part that we talked about. You as a person and your outer life, whether you have kids, don't have kids, have a mortgage, whether you're young, you might be 18, 19, it's going to be completely different. Merge all those things together, and now you've got a formulated, structured product and business per se to move forward. But you need to think of it in that way, in a holistic aspect of aggregating all of it and making it safe and protective, just like you would with a business.
That's
how
it.
You're gonna thrive and survive. So it's thrive and survive, right? And then go forward.
Yeah, but that's if you're alone. Okay, that's it. And even if you're alone, you
can most people trading are alone, right? Most people
I know, but I'm thinking about also thinking like, you can, but you don't need all those hats. You actually can actually be quite profitable only technical analysis. I do, however, feel like you can be much more profitable if you're incorporating fundamentals and technicals. But I'm now starting to think that instead of me incorporating all of that into my trading, I want to be the person that people come to when they have questions about technical analysis, where the technicals. But I don't want to be the person people come to ask for the macro analysis. I will, however, say this: I am looking like in the near term future of combining. Like, I want to be able to work with other people that have the knowledge that I need. I want to be very focused on the thing that I'm working with, and then I want to be working with other people that has a passion for, let's say, for fundamental analysis, for example. You like that, like obviously you like that. you know what? Like, I don't like it. I like reading Bloomberg. I like reading about Trump and all the shit that he's doing. I like it. It's interesting. But when it comes to trading, and I just want to look at the candles. I just want to like naked chart, candles, horizontal levels. Like, that's what I want to do. I want to like whenever I think about the fundamentals, I'm like, I have this universe of TA, and now I have to like take a whole nother universe and somehow get that. It's, man, it's a lot of time, a lot of efforts.
I don't see them as different. I see them as same. I see actually the technicals as liars, right? They're lying to you right now, and the fundamentals give you. And there's a difference between macro and fundamentals, right? So fundamentals are what people are saying. Macro is kind of the larger beyond the fundamentals. They're kind of like got a staggered piece between them. But it gives you a slight insight to the future, or at least your best bet at the future. And so that what actually drives the technicals from being liars per se to coming into reality. And that's how I view it. And that's why I do that. So that's my 2 cents.
Just give me a second. I got my fiance calling me. She's upstairs. I don't know why she's calling me. Just give me a second.
Oh, that's all right. Go for it. I will. 2944 was asking what trades I'm in before. Just by the way, I will show you. I'm in one trade right now, just on the euro. So I'll dip over to my chart. This is what I'm in right now. So I'm looking for a bit of a retrace on the euro dollar. I think we will get some more height. We've had this come off. We had a slight gap up at the open. Obviously, we had the Trump Putin talks, which didn't really go great, but they didn't go bad, put it that way. And apparently, Zelensky is still coming to the floor. We'll put it that way. We will get some chats. So that's what we got, but there was no substance. Hence, we came off and we come off further. And we've had the difference, like Jonatan was talking about, in the 10-year and the gilts and such today. So right now, though, after that dip, I am long from here. So there's my trade. 29.44. There you go, brother. I'm still sitting it up. We can go back to yours, Jonatan. There you go.
Right, now I'm just going through the markets here, trying to make sense of this. I like USD CAD. Okay, so I like USD CAD. USD CHF. I'm just gonna put alerts here because I'm not like it, but it's not something I'm gonna be trading this week most likely. The CAD is probably. I'm gonna add a section here, so I can be able to differentiate between best ones. I want to move the best ones above here. So USD CHF, USD I like. This one I'm gonna put alerts in. So obviously it's gonna take a while for these setups to activate, because basically swing trades here on Euro GBP. I want to see. Basically, I want to see a break below 86. If I can get a break below 86, I'm gonna take this down to around 85. So the way this would look on the lower time frames would most likely.
Do we have because you were saying you were gonna start this account with like a structure, right?
Yeah.
Do we want to do like a Word document with the first rules?
Yeah.
Second principles, third principles, that kind of thing, right? And so we outline the first set and say, this is what we're trying to achieve. This is the second derivative, and third and fourth, and so on. I think that would be cool. I think that would be good, right? No?
Well, I'm not I don't think necessarily.
Tell me I'm silly, but
I don't think necessarily, what I want to achieve. I think I just want to set up a structure.
All right.
And I'm not gonna have like, I don't have any goals on what to achieve.
Well, it can be loose. It doesn't have to be rigid. Just because you put it on a Word document doesn't mean, like I was saying before, you can flex from the rules. That's where you need that variability, because that's how the market works as well, right? You need that flex.
Yeah.
But if we're outlining that, I feel like that's not like a bad idea. And then see how, you approach the market, apply those rules, and see how it actually turns out, right? And did we actually apply those rules? And say, if there was an error, maybe we applied those rules incorrectly, and hence why it didn't come.
Yeah. So what I want to do here is, by the way, second word. Let's do the second word. It's gonna be D. THE. So right now we got
D.
Do this. Okay. That's the giveaway word. It's gonna look like. So right now we have find D. This is actually, I'm actually adding stars. It's not like autocorrect thinks I'm saying something.
Anyway,
so
also, first word find, second word D, right? First word
and
find.
then you put that together, and then you can have a third word, and that's going to be the giveaway code.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm definitely going to put up a document. So I already have a personal trading plan that I started working on back in 2017. I already have. Man, Henry, you're smart. Anyway, so that was too easy.
Quiet, Henry. Right. Quiet.
He removed it. I like that. He removed it.
Keep it down, bro. Keep it down.
Yeah, keep it. Like the fewer people that know it, the bigger the chance that you're gonna get something from it.
That's right. That's what the Aussies do, mate. The Aussies, we're in there. We got big brain over here. Right.
No, but definitely, what I'm gonna do is I started working on.
He removes it. Nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Well done.
Just wanted to show us. Okay. I mean, I have a trading journal that I started working on 2017, and I'm gonna do a new one, basically a copy of that, but do a new one. So I'm gonna fill that out. It's basically gonna be what type of trader do I want to be? Like, outline the type of way I'm gonna be trading, and then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look at the strength and the weaknesses, and I'm gonna look at trading rules in terms of setups, in terms of risk management, and trade management, and that sort of thing. And then I'm gonna put it all out there. I'm gonna share the document. Say read only. I'm gonna share the document to the chat. I can show them this is what I'm working on, and then if I, my best trades, that is like a perfect representation of the type of trades I'm going to take, is going to be added to that document. So this document will be a document where if I have any issues with my trading, I go to that document. I'm going to find the answers in that document. What I'm looking for now, though, is I'm looking for a trading journal. Either I'm going to use a trading journal, or I'm going to use my FX book, so we can kind of follow along on the process and the journey. And I feel like I also, because if I'm going to do this in the right way, I need a trading journal, and I need a trading journal that can automatically enter the trades. I don't want to be doing that manually. So I know we have
if you're doing a MetaTrader, right?
Yeah.
Can you just do Alt-E and just get the right?
But I want that to be automatic. I don't want if I can spend a minute
download it from there, right? No.
Yeah, but then what am I gonna do with it?
I don't know. It gives you the data. That's what you're looking for, right? Like, because if you go to,
I'm looking for I'm looking for just like edge wonk or trade seller. Right now, I'm thinking about like an edge wonk, trade seller, or my FX book.
Right. So you can put it up on stream. You mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
And also for my
has probably the best breakdown overall, I would say.
Yeah, my FX book has some good stuff. I like Edgewonk. I think Edgewonk is definitely the best trading journal, but last time I used it,
personal journal, yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking for a way to like upload my trades, and then at the end of the week, I want to go through them, and I want to like just answer simple questions like what worked and what didn't. Because I'm gonna be trading slightly different type of setups. I'm gonna do discretionary, but I'm gonna be trading, you know, break and retests and breakouts. So I want to look at the statistics as well. Which of these setups are best? A break and retest or breakout? And then also I'm gonna be looking at specific candles, specific patterns like triangles and rectangle breakouts, head and shoulders. Different types of candles. I want to be able to track the statistics of each of these patterns and actually see, are there any statistical significance. I also, of course, want to look at like which hours of the day am I most profitable, which days of the week am I most profitable, which pairs am I most profitable on, right? Because I'm going to look at like 40 pairs. So I need to limit my scope of focus as well. And also, you know, make notes like, this trade was taken during the live stream. This trade was not taken during the live stream. To actually look at the statistics. Am I trading during the live stream? Am I gonna quit my job? Not live stream. Probably not. But I want to look at those statistics. Okay, apparently lunch is ready.
Have more belief in yourself. Come on.
I do believe in myself. I do believe in myself. I just do not believe in there's parts of myself that I don't believe in. I'm gonna be honest. I like to
never say that. Never say
my
impulsive
nature is gonna be the
Never say never. Isn't that like a Taylor Swift?
Never say never, but like the impulsive nature is gonna be death of me. You know, it's just gonna be if I can control that, you know, my impulsive nature and the impulse control. Yeah.
Bro, you just gotta go back to impulse control, lack of that, back in like 2013, buy Bitcoin, and now you're good. So you gotta invent a time machine, go back then, no impulse control, put all your money into Bitcoin at $50, and then you're good.
But the problem is not buying Bitcoin. The problem is not selling it. No, not selling it when it's
fair,
you know,
that's
you buy
fair,
it because you know I did mine Bitcoin back in 2011. I had hundreds of Bitcoins, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, you know, I actually did print out a paper wallet back then, and with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Bitcoin, but that's not gone. I don't know where it is.
I did the same thing, but I sold all of mine just when we got to the same price as gold. Because back then I was like, okay, it's being stupid. Roughly the same price as gold now. I bought it at 68 to 100. I made 10x on my money and then sold it. So I still made a good return. Compared to now,
yeah. I mean, you made 10x, but you could have been like a millionaire, like a billionaire today. You know, if you just hold it.
I was about to say, be close to,
I did the math on that, right? And you know, I actually like I know that the paper wallet, it does not exist because what we did was we rolled, you know, roaches and made blunts out of it, and then we smoked it all. So it doesn't exist. Like, we smoked it all. So
perfect.
It's like
smoked it all away.
yeah. So, and I did the math on that. I'm like, it's billion, like it's like $2 billion.
Yes.
Today.
Yeah. But hey, that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, I gotta get some lunch. It's gonna be 20 minutes until someone else comes on. Not sure who that is going to be.
That's
Let's
right.
see.
I'll carry the reins. That's fine.
Yeah, you'll hold the fort
Trying to
here.
find
And
some of the from Rahul was asking. Got my proper COT
I'll
data.
be back. I'll be back later. Okay.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Take care.
No worries, bro. Ciao. We'll go to my screen. Here we are. All right, guys. So COT data, you can go straight to the CFTC themselves. I will say, so through here, like you can check all the option stuff, COT data in general. Let's go. Hang on, let me bring this up over here. So find the actual site that I use. Give me half a sec, guys. I'll give you that. All right, here we go. That's better. So yes, do I? Basically, the question was, wanted to know how you incorporate the COT data into your trading. Do you only focus on it around interest rate changes every week? Typically, short answer, yes. So the trouble with the COT data, it is very good. The problem is obviously it's lagged, obviously. And then you do have the seasonality elements. So for instance, right now we've gone into European summer, that kind of stuff. So that makes it a bit distorted because the activity levels are not going to be the same as typical. So generally though, when I always check in with it periodically, a couple times a month, just to see where we are. However, the main crux points is when there has been a shift in, say, central banks, whether it's the Fed, it's the ECB, something else like that, has actually made a structural shift in the dollar, the euro, the pound, something like that, and then see how much that has actually changed. And then you cross compare like euro dollar being the majority portion of the dollar complex, then go over to pound dollar and the other cross pairs. So yeah, right now you can see we have had some shifts from back here. If you go to, that's March, obviously we've had the same ride. This is basically where, Trump started punching on his tariffs. Right now, there's not a major read-through as far as the COT data. That's the only problem, because we do have a very wide distortion. There's bets on both sides, that kind of thing. So I don't like it so much right now as a full read-through. And obviously, if you guys have been watching the price action recently, you've seen we've gone back and forth between euro dollar almost pushing beyond the 117, 118 area and looking like we could go to 120. And then we collapsed, came down to 114. Now we've rallied back up to 117. Right, so we're still in the mix of it. So very much yes. All right, now the overall structure is very in between. So we don't have that. Adrian asking, do I have a MyFX account? I do have one that I have, like a private one. I just track all my personal stuff. I haven't started personal trading stuff, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, whatever, all the general socials. But I have been thinking about it recently. If you guys tune into ABL, I might start posting some of that stuff. I was going to post a, for now, dormant account on ABL. So if you guys join on to ABL, AlphaBetaLab.com, join there. I'll post something there. I'll probably stay dormant just for a little bit whilst I figure out how I want to direct things. And then you guys can jump on there, follow me, etc. So you'll find it there. LJ, can you explain a bit more about the 10-year charts? For example, what would you expect to happen to the DXY if the 10-year was going down or up, etc.? Okay, so basically when we look at the 10-year, there's two ways you can talk about the 10-year. Obviously, the direct value of the bond or the yield, right? So generally speaking, across all currencies, if we go, do we have 10-year on the... Maybe US. I've never looked up the 10-year on TradingView, so that should be it. For load, there we go. Okay, outside of that, let's go to the daily, just an example, or we can go down to the, say, the 4-hour. There we go. So basically, what you're seeing here is not the yield, it's going to be the value of the bond. So if the bond value goes up, the yield goes down, right? And vice versa. So then you want to compare the average daily gain of the 10-year yield to, say, the Bund or the gilt. So the Bund is going to be basically Europe, so aka the euro. The gilt is going to be the pound. You compare that to the Japanese bond market, the Australian bond, whatever currency you're looking at. Look at the relative change per what interest rate you're getting for holding that currency. And obviously there's algos, all that kind of stuff every single day that swap this stuff around whenever that shifts, because you get paid more or less for holding a certain currency than you did the day before. And they're going to adjust that in real time. So that's basically how that works. So when the 10-year, as far as the bond value goes up, that means yield goes down, and therefore it's less desirable to hold US dollars. So the demand for US dollars goes down because you don't get paid as much interest versus holding relative, I should say, to another currency. Now, if the 10-year rate is still higher than another currency, it's not going to decelerate, aka the currency exchange rate for these two countries compared is not going to collapse as fast, right? But it will start to reduce. So the same way that we've seen as the US rates have come down a touch, we've seen the dollar yen come down from the 160 plus kind of area down to the 140s. That's because the dollar component and the interest paid on the dollar component is not as much as it used to be per the mega inflation cycle. So that's how that works. And so if the Fed starts reducing rates very quickly, you can see that dollar yen trade come right down because the fair value level is in the 120s for dollar yen. It's only stayed that high because everyone sees the currency differential and they want to buy the currency, which lifts the spot rate. And then on top of that, they get paid those swaps. As you guys would know, you hold a currency overnight, you get a swap, right? Either negative or positive. With that currency differential, they're getting positive swaps for just holding the currency and doing nothing. And then if you leverage it as well, that 4.5% differential, if you leverage it at 5 or 10 to 1, now you're doing pretty well. You got a 20 to 40% return just for holding the currency. Right, so if you look at stock market, your expected return, if you did really well, is somewhere between 10 and 20%. You can get that same return from just holding the currency and doing nothing, assuming it's going to keep going up. So you have to assume the future that the opposing currency is going to be on hold for a longer time, like Japan, which they have done. So that's why that's worked out really well for a lot of people for a long time. But we're now starting to see that unwind as the US starts to reduce rates. Let me catch up on chat now since then. Faisal, giveaway words, mate. Go back in the stream and you'll find out. You got to go and look for it, mate. They're there. They're right there. You'll find it. You'll find it. Also, I'm in gold buys. What should I do? Keep it safe for a safe trade. So first and foremost, not here to give you guys direct signals or direct trades. All right? Here to give you education, give you some ideas on trades. We can do gold. We haven't looked, gold is very popular. We haven't looked at gold for a little bit. So we've got a number of trades marked out here. Let's go to the 15. So overall, this is the stuff I marked out from last week. Ignore how this is not straight. It's just a freehand drawn line like this, like blah, blah, right? From last week. But I was looking at us to hit this level back into resistance up here, right? So this was drawn out on Friday for us to get this general waft higher and then ultimately come down. So right now, personally, I see a preference for sells on gold right now. So it's whether you sell from spot or you wait for a double tap and then sell. So that's what all these trades marked out just here are for. And on the off chance that you get a break and a run, you're going to sell from this higher level right here. But generally, I would say we have a lean of shorts on gold overall. So whether you want to short from spot or wait for a double tap of the high, and get basically a lower high. So you look for us to run up here, only come to here, fail below this high, and then come down. So that's roughly what I'm looking at. Right now, I don't 100% like the gold chart where we are. If I got an entry at the higher point, then we're okay, because I've got enough scope. Right now, I'm just in long euro right now. Overall, like I said, I would still see shorts on gold. So Motorcar, can we do dollar CAD on the minute 5? Yeah, sure, brother. I'm still catching up on the chat, sorry, bros. We'll get there though. Minute 5, interesting. This is 15. We go down to the 5. I will say we have not yet had a push from here to actually reach the prior lows through there. So that's favorable. But I would not say this is confident as far as longs. If you're looking at longs, it's been falling all day consistently. This level through here, we created a break, but we just got a spike high right through the wick, and we couldn't close anywhere above that high, right? And then since coming into today, we've ran down further again. So I would not be confident in longs, to be honest. Let's go to high time frame, just check things out. Your high time frame also looks a bit weak, I would say. Probably got to wait until these levels down here and then down here. So if you're looking for a short, I'll be looking about there. So it'd be 138 flat pretty much, and then short from there, and you're probably looking at targets about down to these lows just here by the wicks. You want to take a touch of to make sure you get tapped out. 137.90, that's only 10 pips. But you go down further, you're down here about 137.60. So that's probably what I'd be looking at as far as the scope there. But longs look pretty weak right now. And like I was saying before with a bunch of the other stuff, I think dollar weakness will come back into vogue. Trey Lawrence, what were you saying before? Interesting, bit confusing. Thanks. Can see why people say they don't look into fundamental. Wait, what part was this confusing about? Because I can definitely clarify. Definitely happy to make stuff easier, for sure. Tiago, how we doing, mate? How we doing? Oh, guys, I gotta... Doing well. Hope you're doing well yourself, Tiago. No? How do you use the body bands in your charts, or why do you have them? I can go over that, typical. No worries. Give me half a sec. What else? What else have I missed? When you come into the Gold Coast, big dog. Hey, I'm not far from the Gold Coast, to be fair. I'm not far. Not far, mate. I'll be there someday. I'll be there. Short trip down the highway. There we go. So first of all, I'll do the Bolly Band stuff, and then we'll look at the DAX, if that's all right. So Bolly Bands I just use as a general visual indicator. When I look at any base chart, if I have a naked chart, the first thing I'll put on is just Bolly Bands. So you got through the center is the 20 moving average, right? So it's the past 20 periods on whatever time frame you're looking at. And then say we go down to 15. You can see through here that generally speaking, Bolly Bands encapture all price, right? And so the Bolly Bands are priced off a 2 standard div, so 2 standard deviation or 2 sigma off the 20 moving average. So if any of you guys know what a bell curve is, if you remember from school, the 2 standard divs are out towards the 97 and a bit % probability. So any price action outside of that is basically for simple terms, we'll just say a sub 3% probability of sticking in there. So you tend to then move back from that price range and come back into the middle center, or even push further to the bottom of the Bolly Bands, right? So I can go into the full math of a price distribution, all that kind of stuff, but I will bore you guys. But that's the simple terms. So typically when you hit this, probabilistically, you should come back. Now, the other portion with it, you always want to check the high time frames, because you go to the 1 hour. Will load. You will now see that some of the interim points on the 15 minute, when we push them, you'll see it rides the Bolly, as people call it. It's riding the Bolly Bands, so the extent. But if you go to the higher time frame, that price action was expected over that longer time frame. So you always want to use it as a multi-time frame analysis to see where your expected range for whatever asset you're looking at is on XYZ time frame. So you go to the 5 minute, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily, etc. We'll look at the DAX next. Hang on, I've got my partner turning up again. I'll have to open the door. Give me 1 sec, guys. All right. All right, we're back. Sorry, team. Sorry about that. We're good. Also go to some of the other pairs. Hang on. Did you hear about the Logan dad and son who got run over by a ute and got killed? Wait, no, what was this, Henry? I did not. I've heard a bunch about, a whole heap of random stuff in Logan, Ipswich, that kind of thing recently. But I did not hear about that. What is this? Please explain. Give me more details. Who's Logan? Logan, not Logan Paul. This is a suburb in Brisbane, in Australia. So, and sometimes, put it this way, it's a bit sketchy. It's a bit of a sketchy suburb at times. Oh, there you go.
Yo,
Michael.
What?
How we doing?
LJ, I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm going
What is going on with this layout? What's Jonatan been doing? Covered half of the face.
Or do we want the ABL layout? Wait,
Yeah,
no, that means we got to do the intro though, right?
Yeah, let's do the intro. Let's crack on and do proper ABL. All right.
That's what we need.
That's right. Let's get going.
There we are.
Let's get ABL moving.
Yes, sir.
How are we doing? How's it going?
Good. Going well. Fucking couple of trades, small trades today.
Gold is doing my head in, like literally just.
Is the screen working? There we go.
Not happy with gold at all today. Not happy with gold. Gave me some lovely trades early this morning, and now it's just beating me to a pulp.
I was about to say you cleaned up before, so
I did, and now it's cleaned me out. So back to square one.
How much? Flat?
Yeah. Back to square one. Yeah. So it's just gone. If you look at it, I mean, in fairness, it's just gone into horrible chop since the last 2 hours. And
it definitely has.
I've been trading that chop basically.
Okay, I see. Because we were talking about before, I was saying I've still got that downside, like we're talking about in ABL for gold. But right now,
agree.
I either would have gone at the high level of spot and just hold it as a intraday or swing type thing, or wait for it to pump back up to the equal highs, see how it tests there, small stop loss. If not, as a high level there, and run from it.
Yeah. I've been looking at it from basically, I mean, reality is this is the 4 hour candle that I've been trading, this one here. That's the one, and that's why I've been eating up, because it's not gone anywhere. It's just been up and down like a yo-yo. And if you look at it on the 15-minute, you can see even more clearly. So what it's actually doing is it's building up liquidity on either side of it. So theoretically, things like the 15-minute are suggesting, right, okay, we're going to go lower. But then you go to other time frames and you've just got wick rejections on either side of it. So right now, I'm actually just stepping away. I'm just leaving it alone. I'm not touching it because I just don't like the way it's chopping around. Like, I would have thought that these 2 5-minute candles were suggesting, right, we're going south, but then you've got constant wick rejections here suggesting we're going north. It's
exactly that's what I was saying before. I don't prefer gold as a trade today. I feel it's a bit indecisive with that. I can see it going both ways. I do have a general overall lean to the downside, but intraday, it's a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
So I think the currency is a bit better. Is I think. Might just have to give me a sec. I'm getting another knock on my door. I don't know who. This has been happening every week. I don't know why. We can see.
Bailiff?
No, we also have. They're still knocking, dude. All right, give me a sec. Hang on.
Okay. All right, let's let LJ deal with whoever's knocking at his door, and let's see what the markets are doing. See, this is what I mean. So gold, it's dipped down. It's taken this level here, but it's now leaving this one here, and suggesting that it wants to now push on higher. That's a nice wick rejection, I've got to say. The 1 minute candle suggesting buys right now. But it is very few of these engulfing candles are holding at the moment. So my usual setups just aren't. They're just being eaten up both ways. This one here, for example, this engulfing candle to the upside, wait for it to be retested and push on higher. Nope, it got smashed down. This one here, expect for it to hold. No, it also got knocked out. So it's just not very clear right now. This one's not being held. So there's a lot of engulfing candles that I would have expected to hold that aren't. So yeah, but hey ho, that is the way that it goes. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Gold just is sideways. Take a look. Yeah. Got funded for the first time ever. I got my funded account activated the next day. I would like to know more about tick scalping because I consider myself a scalper and I won't want to breach the rule. Samuel, first of all, congratulations on getting funded. And tick scalping is basically where you're literally trying to trade.
If you're running high frequency trading stuff, that's like algo. You're not trading, someone else is trading, aka a bot. And typically why it's framed upon is because that's not actually the price going to the market. So you're exploiting a delay between the price feed and the actual market pricing. And then, there's a differential there and someone has to make up the differential. So then the prime liquidity brokers get mad because obviously it has to come out of their pocket. So then they're producing the price feed to you and providing that liquidity, which if you're exploiting that and taking chunks out, they're not going to be happy because you're exploiting something rather than an actual tradable agreement between two peoples. Right, you're trying to trade a delay in like internet protocols, platform executional protocols, rather than actual trading between peoples with a genuine agreement. Put it that way, in simple terms.
So hopefully that answers your question, Samuel. In other words, just don't trade on the 1 second time frame.
Yeah,
is the simplest way to look at it. Do you think you will get some good trades on the music today, Mike? That is the plan, Adrian. That is the plan. I didn't have the music playing earlier when I got chopped up by gold. Music is on. We're going to get some good trades. So yeah. The hour is indeed just nasty, as Nev says. Menachem, why do you expect gold to move? Why wouldn't it move? It's gold. Gold moves every day of the week. So doesn't necessarily have to be, it's a Monday so it can't move. If you look at it on let me just move all of these lovely drawings into here so I can easily turn it off and turn it on. If you see here, on the daily, you got this engulfing candle to the downside, right? We've already tested the wick on there. So, we haven't had some insignificant meetings or discussions taking place over the weekend. We haven't got insignificant meetings happening this afternoon in the White House. So, there are, I would say, enough fundamental influences that could move gold lower, but that's all still to be decided and to be played for. Everything right there, LJ?
Yeah, sorry. So we have like a old person's home next to us,
right?
And one of them does live here on this level. I've met her before.
Right. Okay.
But she keeps coming and knocking on our door.
Is that who you're talking to? If you just stuck her on your bed?
No, I was talking to my partner, saying just tell her to, or walk her down to the lobby and say whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. She's not leaving. She's adamant that her son, or sorry, like grandson or whatever, lives here.
Right. Okay.
No, he lives in the one on the opposite side of us. So she's just got the dimensions wrong. But anyway.
Sorry. Oh, bless her.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard because she's a lovely old lady. Like, she means completely well, but she's not.
She's confused. She's just confused.
Exactly.
And Zix, no, I haven't blown the account. Thank you very much. I'm just chopping it basically, just up and down, and so yeah.
Chop on the high seat.
Phil is quite right. Overtrading. So I was also trying to do it whilst trying to figure out the new platform that we're building as ABL version 2. And so trying to do that whilst also trying to watch gold is probably a bad idea. So yeah. Anyway, what's the secret code? Drop the third word. What's the third word? What? Third word? Birik?
Oh, it's for the competition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta wait. Like that's when Jonatan will reappear and you get the third word.
So how many words are there?
There's three. So we've got
okay.
Two already.
Yeah.
In the live stream. So if you guys miss out the other 2 words, you can go back.
Okay.
Third word will appear, and then you can punch it into the competition.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Okay. Dubacor is saying, do you see USD with Bollinger Bands from a 30-minute point of view as follows? 30-minute rejected high band of Bollinger Bands with the bullish rejection candle. So you'll scale down to lower time frame and watch for bearish close or rejection of the high. Let's go have a look, shall we? On the 30 minutes, says Dubacor. Yes, I can see it selling. Just looking at the structure of it right there, but I don't use Bollinger Bands, so we'll have to wait for LJ to come back to look at the Bollinger Bands. But looking at it from a structural basis here, it could well sell, but you've got some pressure pushing it up on this side, so and it's leaving major liquidity like that on the 1 hour, so I'd be careful. LJ, maybe you want to put it up on yours, but Dubacor's asking about dollar CHF and 30 Bollinger Bands, which are your thing rather than mine.
Yeah, I need to get up my other indicators, or I might have to customize them, because you can do that on
the paid version.
I might have to translate it, because I've got a bunch of custom stuff as well as the standard, Bolly bands, all that kind of stuff. So what time frame were we looking at?
Half an hour.
Half an hour, 30 minutes. Look, I mean,
you're muted, mate.
Sorry, this definitely looks bullish. As far as the volley bands, that kind of stuff. Right now, we're definitely seeming as though we're going higher. I don't like that overall structure as far as the dollar index as a whole and the general dollar direction. Right now, as far as the volley bands in particular, you can see we've pushed them. You get the wick coming back down and close inside of it. Right now, we're having a bit of a retrace after several candles higher. We go to a higher time frame.
I'm just sitting there, really, aren't we?
Yeah, it's much similar to. So the reason I don't like it when you look at this technical structure near term was today we have had some relative dollar strength overall. Not strength, I should say, just a bit of a retrace, a bit of a waft, a bit of warmness, that kind of thing. It's not strength, and that's the key to remember. So the same way we've seen like dollar yen come up like that as well, I could see, like I outlined on dollar yen, for us to come up a bit higher, get a lower high, fail, and then come down. So arguably I would see similar deal on the dollar franc right now. So I would not consider the Boldy bands as a confident measure of forward direction right now. You can see them as relative movement, but not an indicator for the forward direction. So the other lines I have outlined through here, which was from, I think, like way back, is some relative levels. You can see we have tapped into that. When you look at the 4 hour, that doesn't look so good. We've sort of tried to tap into those areas. We've pulled back. We're still closing lower. So I'd observe this current 4 hour bar, see where we get. And if you get an impulsive push higher, then you might want to go into it higher. Otherwise, yeah, keep dropping this thing. We're going to take another run down here, pull the lows, and then ultimately a break beyond that. So lows being the first point of call, I would say the bodies of these, not the wick. So first point of call you're going to have, or the critical point, I should say, is about 80.30. First point of call is going to be this old resistance area here about 80.50. So you can get beyond that, you're charging down from there.
Just watching what gold's doing at the moment, but it's not really showing much at the moment, if I'm honest.
This woman is not leaving. My partner's trying to give me hand signals now, not to disrupt the stream.
Have you knocked on knocked on her grandson's door? Have you knocked on the grandson's door?
That's what I just told her to do. That's why I went out. I don't think he's home.
Okay.
That's when I walked out before. I went and gave a little knock.
Has she got a key?
He's the same side, but the opposite.
Yeah. Has she got a key?
Instead of 207. No.
Oh, okay.
It's not suddenly. Yeah.
You might end up just having to look after a little old lady for the evening.
Yeah, I've got too many people. I don't need more. She walked regularly and then walked the other way, or I've seen her walking back. Her grandson comes out and being like, I expect you at this time, and he comes out and goes, "Oh no, it's this way, right?" I look through the little peephole and see them walking back. But
oh dear. So Rolo, no, I can't tell you what gold's doing right now. Gold is, I honestly, I can't get a read for gold right now. I've been trying all morning, and it's time to let it go, let gold go, and move on to something else. And first traders, don't know what you're talking about. have to go back and watch the rest of the stream. I've only been here for 20 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah, scroll back. You can find it. You just gotta scroll back and find it. All right.
Do we see any more downside to Euro USD today?
Tough one. I do see downside to gold, like we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Euro dollar. Put it this way, I'm long Euro dollar. I got long at 116.74. So
you're long Euro dollar now.
I'm So I'm biased, not wanting Euro dollar to come down. But yeah, I don't think we have more downside. I think this is we're coming back up. I think we've had the general retracement. We opened earlier. I go down to the 5-minute. So today's price action, we gapped slightly higher just for the sake that the Russia, US, Ukraine delegations didn't go south. They didn't go sour. But they just ended up very neutral. So either way, through that, we came off neutrally, then come down. We were generally due a bit of a retracement after these big runs higher. But I do think we do have the upside for the Euro dollar right now.
Yeah.
So part of that shift has been around the go to the FedWatch tool, going back from 100% probability of a rate cut back to 84.8%. Right? So hence you see Euro dollar coming higher. Sorry, Euro dollar coming down, dollar complex coming higher. But right now we're very much hovering around this. We can't get lower. At this point, it'll be 100% chance of a rate cut for the Fed.
Yep.
Which means we then recorrect higher once again. So I would see further highs for Euro dollar rather than lower, both as far as the Fed outlook, and there's a non-zero probability as far as the Russia-Ukraine situation that does come to some kind of a, I would say, progressive outcome. It won't be one go, okay guys, we're friends now, but they'll progressively put the plane down and get everyone together.
Yeah.
And hence, much better for Europe.
Adil's asking whether or not, where is it? If I see buys on EuroCAD. Adil, if you caught us on ABL earlier, you would have seen that I was actually looking at EuroCAD as a potential buy opportunity, but it's actually fallen lower than I would have liked in terms of finding an opportunity. So, on the 1 hour, we've stalled a little bit. I'm not convinced yet that there are buys on EuroCAD. If I'm honest with you, it fell a lot further than I would have wanted it to see the buys come in. So at the moment, I'm not convinced about buys on EuroCAD. But that's just me. It may well start. If you've got euro dollar moving on up, then there's a possibility. But I don't know. It's not. It's still within a nice area for buys. It is still in a very nice area for buys, but it's just not where I would want it to be to catch a buy. Is basically, where the structure is, where the candles are, and everything else. I'm not seeing a clear formation. Maybe on the 5-minute, there's a suggestion of it. There's certainly a lot of liquidity to the upside, but yeah, I'm not sure.
I agree. So I think when we were talking about EuroCAD earlier on the stream, I was looking for this level for us to come back to, which we have come back to now. We're up here roughly earlier. It's about, was that 116, 14 or something. So I'd say this is your point of contention. If not, you come back down to this relative support. And then obviously you've got the chance of going lower right down here.
Yeah.
Right. So I would not be confident in buys at all. I can definitely see that upside strength in the euro in general. So I would not be crash hot on it, especially when we had that massive downfall. We picked right back up. We drew a retracement. We had an overshoot of the highs, right? But we couldn't sustain it. We've now firmly held below. And typically you get something like this, where you might pause here, get a rebound to here, and then come back down. Right? So I would not be confident in long-term highs or intra-session. I would say you might get a scalp high, right, to take a long, but beyond that, I would look for short.
Kvika just was saying, surprise, euro isn't falling considering it's the weakest on the currency strength meter. The thing is that depends on what time frame you're looking at. So, and if you're looking at the live currency strength meter, then something that's showing significant weakness right now, it can't be weak forever. So the stronger the weakness, the bigger the weakness, at some point you're going to see a snapback. And that's why, whenever I talk about the strength scores, I always look at the strongest versus the weakest, and it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a continuation of the strongest being strong and the weakest being weak. It could be a reversal, or it can be a continuation. All it does is it acts as a filtering mechanism for you to hopefully filter out, all the different assets, because there's 28 currency pairs, right? So, granted, some of them are going to move more than others. If you any of the New Zealand dollar pairs, other than maybe the US dollar, NZD, USD, you're not really going to look at those. So that's automatically going to help you filter some out, but you've still got others that you could waste your time looking for opportunities when there's just nothing happening that day. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that just because it's weak that it's going to continue to be weak. Eventually it has to find support. Which rules we... Oh, hang on. We're jumping around. Which rules we strictly have to follow to continue in profit? Your trading rules, your trading plan, information media. That is the only way. Shubham's asking about Ethereum. We haven't looked at Ethereum in a long time.
We want to do NASDAQ first. I think
we can. Yeah. Was there a request for NASDAQ I didn't see? Sorry.
Sent about that.
My apologies.
That's right. NASDAQ, I would say we've still got that relative upbid for NAS right now. We have come back into decent support through here. These are the old highs over here, as you can see, right? So we have found relative support there. Every time we do dip right now, we find support. So that's basically the constant story right now for the NAS. If we look at the options, I'll bring that up for you guys again today, as I always do. That's a good trade right here. Let's see what the 0 DTE options are for today. You go option charts. I don't have premium. I don't need premium. Expected move. 23,698 over here, right? So if you look at the current price, that's a touch below where we are, 698. And that's why we're relatively pricing around here coming into New York session. So my preferred trade for the NAS is always to going into that New York session with the options, because as you get closer to that expiry, you get gamma increasing, which means the broker dealers for the options have to buy up or sell the options, fulfill those obligations, and they basically draw a price to wherever those levels are, right? So if you're outside of that, if you caught that through, say, Asian period, you would look at that today and see it's down here, and you take a short from up here. Right now, we're pretty much in that level. So if you were there earlier in Asia, you might go like this, right? And look for that short down to here, right? But right now, I don't have a general fix outside of that, other than this is generally bullish. If I just looked purely at the technical structure, I would say we do build up from here and potentially go long. So that would be my outlook. So right here, if you took it at spot, go to stop just below these lows. Go for the highs of last Friday, and potentially you'd actually run that beyond. Because I think if we do get another run to these highs, you'll extend on that.
Samuel, please stop spamming the chat, otherwise you'll just be muted by Yasin if he's around. If you want to qualify for a funded account, you've got to go through the challenges. Simple as that, like everybody else. That's how you get a funded account. All the details are on the website, the5ers.com. You can find all the details there of the 3 different types of challenges that you can take. So yeah. Sorry guys, Samuel has kind of spammed it so much I can't keep up with the chat to some extent.
Catching up.
Nature's Wellness Wisdom is asking if you can have a look at pound dollar.
Pound dollar.
It's similar to euro dollar to some extent, although the pound generally is down today against pretty much every pair other than the yen, which isn't surprising because pound yen last week was absolutely pummeled. So not surprising.
These relative supports, this is like a soft support through here that we have capped on. This is an old head there. These are some of the levels I had out marked out from prior levels way to the left. We're already on an hourly time frame, but from here, similarly to the euro dollar, I would see us coming up, try and test the highs again, and then ultimately run on from there. So same deal, general dollar short bias, therefore stuff like pound dollar, euro dollar, all the other majors going long. We've had the retrace from today. I can't see at this point any reason for us to go lower. We have very light news as far as the US on the cards for this week. So right now it's very much dollar short, all the majors to the upside.
Yeah. I've just taken a
buying area.
I've taken a buy on EuroCAD. EuroCAD's just on the 5-minute making a move to the upside. So just taking a quick long on EuroCAD at the moment. Stops just below the lows. So we'll see if that holds. There's a nice trail of liquidity higher up. So we'll see how that one plays out. We're still in that area of expecting some kind of reaction for the day. So we'll see how that one plays out. But so far, $20 in profit. So we'll take that. It'll do nicely. So yeah.
So good. That's like what, 0.4%?
0.5%. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
0.4%. Yeah. So we'll see how it holds. Looks like it's making a nice move. So let's see if we can continue on that way up. Yeah, we'll keep that one. Keep a close eye on that one. Several people asking for Bitcoin. Do you want to pull up Bitcoin for the ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, BTC, mate. BTC.
The BTC and Ethereum, because there was that request for Ethereum.
Yeah, Ethereum as well. We'll do the crypto sphere in general. So, got a few markings from last week up here. Let's go to the 4-hour. It's a bit better. So right now, we've had a couple of channel type periods where we've been in the channel, broken out, gone to the higher level. We had the same deal here. Channel broke out. The concerning picture is that we have not quite bounced off this. We touched, bounced, touched again, came up. Now we're right back in there. So overall, I would still say bullish crypto in general. I think it's basically aligned the same way as the stock market. We're going up. Everyone's on that front. There's every single reason to pile into these kind of risk assets, things like Bitcoin, things like cryptos, alternative assets to say gold, to the stock market at the same time. The basic question is then, where are you finding relative support to buy this? So we'll go to our drawing tool. So through here, we've dipped down, make that a little cleaner. So you've got this prior low here, you've got this guy that we drove off. So I would say that's your first point of call, which is about 114, right? So you either take the chance that you get a lower high through here relatively and then drive on, or you wait for the 114 or potentially even a dip beyond that and down to this bottom level of the channel and then rebound, which would be closer to 110. So that is basically what I would say. Personally, I think we've talked about it a number of times that I don't believe Bitcoin / cryptos in general are something to trade intraday. It's too chaotic, too random. They don't have a long-term history as an asset. They've got limited supply as far as liquidity of people being active daily, unlike traditional markets, right? So your best bet is picking those key levels and holding it a bit more long term. Whether it's a swing trade or like a multi-month trade, 1, 3 months, 6, 9, 12 months, rather than trying to trade it intraday.
And even then, you've got to be careful not to just simply just go willy-nilly.
Don't just go all in. Yeah, exactly.
Because as much as Bitcoin has over the last couple of years become more legitimized and seen as a more serious asset, let's say, or valid asset to trade, it still has the volatility. So yeah. And then Ethereum.
Yes, I was going to say, so ETH, to be honest, not much to call on ETH right now. It's basically just having that catch-up game from Bitcoin. Then Bitcoin has come off, and so hence ETH always comes off when Bitcoin does, right?
Yeah.
But ETH doesn't always pick up when Bitcoin does. So that's the double bubble problem that you have with Ethereum. So to this point, it does eventually tend to play catch up. But as anyone looking at this chart, say, let's go to like a 1 week. Right, anyone that bought over here, you're pretty much flat. Right, so it depends if you're trying to trade Ethereum or invest in it. Because if you're trying to invest in it, you're going to have a bad time, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Several times. If you're trying to trade it intraday, then just basically copy Bitcoin's moves, translate that into ETH, and see if you can capture the difference. That's the best way to do it. Because right now, quite frankly, it is somewhat random. Crypto is very different to regular assets, that kind of stuff. A lot of the activity comes from people actually using the cryptos, right? Actually investing in it, actually using for their intended purposes, not just speculating on, because we've matured beyond the just pure speculation market right now, right? So it's we're in a different regime.
You've got ETFs, and you've got the big market makers going in, so That's automatically going to change things. For those of you that don't like the music, here you go. You can have something else. There you go. You don't like the energy, you don't like the mood. Fair enough. Calm with chaos. Yes, I am still in that buy at the moment. $50 up in profit right now, and waiting to see how we react. 5 minute is still looking good for now. Just waiting to see how we react once we get to 1.61213. If we can take that level, then I'll be comfortable to keep holding it for the time being. So yeah. Crypto, I wouldn't say it's too random. There are strategies and there are ways to do it, but yes, it's going to be more of an adrenaline junkies type thing.
It is pretty random, yeah.
So
it's just yeah, no. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty random. It's pretty random.
Yeah.
Structures, and you can do it, but
John, not sure what the commentary is for. If you've got a problem with one of our microphones, then apologies, but I think we're both picking up mics without any issue. And people ask for crypto.
To be fair, it's probably mine.
I think you're fine. If you don't care about crypto, then fair enough. But we don't. This isn't a show just about crypto. This isn't a show just about forex. It's a show about all of the assets that you can trade over on the 5ers. So we're catering for everybody, you know. So yeah. And exactly right. Every market is random. Every market is indeed random. And EuroCAD has broken that level, so I think we are going to still see further upside, hopefully. We might see a bit of a pullback now, having taken that level. We're just coming into a cluster on the 1 minute. But it looks all right. It's not great, but it's all right. Let's put it that way.
I think we get you get up as far as here and then look to sell.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we'll get that much height. Like, you got the resistance through here.
Yeah.
From those old highs over here.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So I'm not expecting
back there.
I'm not expecting anything major, but we'll see. Kenny's asking about gold. Gold hasn't done anything, Kenny. Gold, yes, it broke down to the downside and it's come back again.
CAD is sad. Yeah, look at this. We marked out these potential trades earlier, like I was saying. And we're just in the mix of them all.
Yeah.
Right. So you either this one, you go long at spot and look for that high drive because you want a relative risk to reward.
Yeah.
Right. Or you wait for the high drive up here, take that, or wait for the break and go up here, or you want to be dangerous, which in fairness, I do have a propensity, as does Mike, for downside movement on gold. But given how we're trading right now, it's not confident. So that's why you can see we've got a whole cluster of potential trade ideas through here.
Yeah.
And none of them are brilliant. So when you've got a whole market to trade, you don't have to trade one asset. You can trade the euro, the Aussie, bond market, NASDAQ, S&P, whatever. This is probably not great to trade right now if you want to be, sensible.
Yeah. And I have just closed my EuroCAD at $50 profit because I just don't like. We've had a big a big bearish candle on the 1 minute that took out the bodies of the previous two. I think we're going to see a bit of a pullback, so I'd rather take that $50 profit, and then if I see a new entry, then I'll take another entry. But we've had a pretty strong run up on the 1 minute there for the last 15 minutes basically. So the 15-minute candle did look good. Somewhat rejected at the top, nothing significant, but there is, I think as LJ said, there is this top that was a kind of an original resistance that we're kind of just hitting now. So
Yeah, so just this old.
See where we are, just there on that left-hand side of your chart. Yeah, exactly, just there. So we're just stalling at that one, and it's just, yeah. I'd rather not risk giving that profit back.
It's not clean. It's not clean for a continuation.
Yeah. Mining Ninja, I see all your comments. Congratulations on having a good week. And sorry you ended up giving your profits back, but hey ho, that's the way it goes. Phil's asking, are you expecting a full retrace on this morning's move on Euro USD?
So not necessarily for today. Like I've got this as the interim level, and then T2 would be up here, and then T3 up there. So there's a bit more straight. Hang on. I'm going to do the Picasso. Alright, there we go. That's good enough. And then T4 would be a break / run of this, like way up, right? So that's basically what we're looking at. So this would be the T1. If we go like this, T1, T2, do a 2, T3.
I need to get you one of those drawing pens.
I know, I need one of them. I can just, because the sad thing is, I can draw.
I know you can. I know you can.
But with a mouse,
nobody can write. Nobody can write with a mouse.
Yeah, it's shocking. But yeah, so I wouldn't expect a full retrace, not from today's price action and for the intraday movement. I think over this week we will gradually get higher. In order for us to confirm that, you need to break this T1 first of all. So right now we have made some progress. I would say we do get back up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to the T2 for today. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if we get this and then a bit of a failure, and then over the next days it's going to be a chop through this kind of general high 116s to the low 117 type area before we really kick on. So we don't have much in the way of heavy US dollar news for this week. So a lot of it is going to be the 10-year, the bonds, the probability of the rate cut for September, any of the tangential hype headlines from Fed members, and then Trump, obviously, as well. And we do still have the Russia-Ukraine kind of thing going on in the mix of all this.
Yeah.
Which, if that did actually get to some kind of conclusion, potentially that could be very, very beneficial. That would accelerate markets altogether, because that alleviates not just the things for Russia-Ukraine. It means that Russia can free trade once again.
Yeah, it frees up loosens everything. Yeah,
it frees up Trump trying to put other tariffs on the tangential countries that are buying oil or other stuff from Russia. So that would have a massive effect. Yeah. And you can guarantee euro through the roof, 100, 150 points, 200 points easily, at least.
Because you then also it's then also seen as Europe is, at least from perception, is safer, right? If there's less of a threat from Russia, which obviously
and then should mean as well the energy inputs are less, right? So inflation comes down, blah blah blah. Like you get a barrel effect from everything else as well on top of it. So it'll be huge to come through.
Absolutely.
But right now, like you can't get worse than where we are, right? So it's kind of asymmetric odds that potentially gets figured out, and then you have the upside. So it's basically effectively zero downside because everyone knows it's cooked. But if you get it figured out, you go right up. So you got asymmetric odds. Hence, you should at least concern yourself with that upside potential.
Yeah. Sam's asking, is there any fundamental reason why gold is so stagnated and ranging, especially on the higher time frames? We've talked about this many times, but I guess we can do it one more time.
Give you a run through first, Mark. You go.
Sorry? My perspective on gold. My perspective on gold is we've had a massive run, right? And there is only so far you can go. Now, gold, you've got to remember as well, is that you've got the physical asset to buy, right? And that is really what moves gold. You know, we're just paper trading gold, right? We're not really trading gold here, right? The actual real price of gold is determined by those who are buying the physical, bullion and trading it between current countries, right? The Russians started buying up a ton of gold in 2022, but even before then they were accumulating.
2014,
yeah. But 2020 they also bought up a ton of it as well.
Accelerate
their reserves, and now their economy is stagnating. Now their economy is struggling because they've just stuck everything into this military machine. They've got to support it, and the only way to support it is to sell off their gold. But there's also, and I was going to ask you, LJ, about this. I sent you a video over the weekend where, I can't remember the name of the guy, where he was talking about how the price of silver and the other base metals are actually undervalued, and how gold is simply just catching up with the fact that the fiat currencies are just not as valuable as they used to be. What do you think on that one?
So it's very hard with that because, commodities go through cycles, right? It's like the same thing when you saw through 2008. Australia, which is where I live, we benefited greatly from that. China went into this massive ramp-up cycle of reevaluating their entire economy, the entire structure, everything, whilst rates and everything were low after the GFC. Capital was cheap. People were thriving for some kind of buyers, right? There was no buyers. So they came in and ripped that up. I don't see silver as being that player, right? It's got some use cases in like actual fundamental aspects, but again, the same deal that gold has its drawbacks, even though it's the greatest capacitor. Silver is very good as well, but same deal, it's expensive. Copper is cheap. Right? So at the end of the day, you resort back to that for major projects. I don't think that's going to change. And any time that silver does get implemented to some degree, in use cases, when it does have a cyclical low, it then goes up. And then it's no longer useful. Same deal, we don't use gold for things.
What about the argument then for silver as a monetary value? Because obviously gold was, right, and still is, right? And silver was until about 100, 150 years ago. Do you not see that returning, that the value of silver returns in that sense?
I don't think so. I think we're in the extremes, like where, especially when you've got things like Bitcoin, that kind of stuff. No one cares about physical stuff. They just don't care. No one's buying physical little, silver ingots or something, right? People buy Bitcoin, they buy Solana, they buy Ethereum, they buy Dogecoin or something, right? No one's going out buying silver. No one cares because the further use case is nothing. Whereas at least the cryptos, you could argue, is nothing, but they actually do have utility to a degree where you can actually use them for something. Silver is literally, you use it for a physical application or you trade it with someone. Right? Whereas cryptos have much more degree of that, where you hold it and there is actually a trading, swapping, active market which is growing for people to do that. Silver shrinking. And the physical consumer base for real world application is also shrinking. So it has everything against it rather than for it in that manner. So if you want to trade it day to day, that's a different question to investing in it, right?
Yeah, of course. That
might have validity just like any crypto or any asset on the planet. But yeah.
Vika's come up with a random quote. When you talk, you repeat what you already know, but if you listen, you'll learn something new. Kavika, you asking us to be quiet? I'm not sure.
I'm just saying, listen more than you speak, and you gain more information rather than yapping. So.
Adil is saying, you are wonderful. I've done a top-down analysis again, and I also feel that from here, EuroCAD and PoundCAD might fall. There you go. So,
nice.
I'm not seeing anything clear on EuroCAD right now. There's still a fair amount of space to go down lower, I think.
Yeah, EuroCAD's a bit weird.
And those of you asking for gold, just look at it. I mean, just look at gold right now on the 1 minute, right? So everyone was saying, oh, gold selling, this gold selling. This is the 1 minute chart, right?
It's nowhere.
Literally, it's taken a level that was down here somewhere on the, what was it, on the 1 minute? No, not the 1 hour. It was on the 90 minute, I think it was. It's taken this 90 minute here, right? This 90 minute inside bar. And it's just sitting there. Look at the size of the bodies. The bodies are tiny, right? And it's not showing anything convincing. What it has done in actual fact, and it'd be interesting to see what it does in the next couple of minutes at the close of this half-hour candle, is it did take the low of this one. So suggesting actually bullish momentum. The 15 minute, I'm not seeing anything. There's just nothing there, and I paid the price. It was to my detriment that I was looking for something there and it didn't exist. So
we're saying general buy sells. If you guys absolutely have to trade gold, sell it.
Yeah.
Right? If you have to, you got some hungering that you need to sell gold, then do it.
Like me. I gotta sell some gold.
Yeah.
Trade some gold. Some gold, man.
Yeah.
I've turned off the music, so I can't trade now. My edge is gone. when the music's gone, I can't.
You have the vibe coming through.
Yeah. The vibe's not there. I can't feel it in my bones. I can't feel the energy coming through. I do think we're still. I still think we're going short. The question is whether we're going to sweep some of these levels up here first before we go south. That's the question. Because, if you look at all of these different times, the 11 hour, the 10 hour, we've had significant wick rejection here. The same on the 14 hour, which is still running. It's got another half hour to go. We've tapped into this area here. It's the same on the daily. We've tapped into this now. So actually, to be honest with you, you could probably even just see today just ranging on gold, if I'm honest. Even with New York open, given the fact that you've got the Europeans going to the White House and all of that stuff happening as well,
I think with that,
a lot of people sitting on their hands. Yeah.
Currencies with euro dollar, pound dollar, I think the tops and bottoms of last week's range will be this week's total range, right? We don't have any major news. We're still waiting for the Fed and the tangential members, whoever's trying to put their hands up as the potential future member, to further comment after last week's data. We've got Trump going on with Russia, Ukraine. He's still touting about with the tariffs. He decided to hold back on the tariffs from China per their buying of Russian oil. So it's these kind of headlines that we're going to get that are going to significantly move the market. Without that, we'll just be trading back and forth stochastically in a kind of consolidation range from this past 2 weeks data, which we did have heavy data coming through and a lot of shifts. Right? So right now, everyone's trying to, play out the field see where we are.
Yeah.
See what it is. So right now, you sit on your hands, you find out what's going on next week.
Sam, for gold to truly break out, fundamentally, there has to be some kind of big news. There has to be some significant news of some kind for either Russia, Ukraine, or Israel, Gaza, right?
And more importantly, probably the US administration, really, and the debt profile. Because right now, per where gold rallied to, it's outperformed the stock market since 2000.
Yeah.
It was behind before, but now we've played catch up and outperformed.
Yeah.
So gold never fully outperforms. It goes through a cycle. It dips over, outperforms stocks. People level into it because it has that outperformance. Then it pulls back. Stocks come back into vogue. The general risk-on profile of the entire market comes back into vogue. That runs on. Gold consolidates this new area.
Yeah.
Trades sideways for a bit, often then comes down after that, and then you go through the next cycle that actually runs up. So if you're looking for a cycle through 2027, if you assume that Trump is gonna, mess it all up and we go into a spiral, then yes, you'll see that. But right now, we didn't get that punch. We needed that beyond 3,500. We've had a few tests at about 3,400 and a half.
We've tried so many times. Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it from there. We have tried, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th one where we tried to get up there and we still couldn't do it.
It's very reminiscent of 2012, 13, 14 for me, where you stay up here, everyone's calling for it to consolidate back towards the 2K highs and the 1800 level, and then we just fell. We collapsed from 1800 right the way down to 1300, and then met the base level there, which was the cost of production for gold, and we just consolidate that area back and forth between 1500, 1300 before going through the next cycle. So that's
you can see it here.
What I'm seeing right now.
This was the period that you're talking about in 2012, right? You had the all-time high created, trying to pull back again, and then just fell off.
So you can see sideways, and it does go back and forth, and you seem like, okay, maybe we could get those rallies, and it just...
Yeah. I suppose the only difference is that this one is in a much more compact area, right? That was over the course of a longer period of time, whereas this one is much more condensed, where we've tried in a much smaller, shorter period of time to try and break those highs, but still struggling to do so, right?
We still have those foreseeable risks on the future, where when we had the GFC, everyone thought there's nothing worse that can ever happen beyond what we just had. That's the craziest thing ever.
Yeah. Who would have thought that, just whatever it is, 12 years later, COVID.
Now we're doing extra stuff. They piled in like 10x what we did in the GFC. But that's how it goes. So, but now it's a combination between the geopolitical risks, the risk with obviously the US dollar and the US government having a major debt profile now, and not wanting to raise taxes. If they want to raise taxes in the US, but Trump doesn't want to do that, obviously, then gold will come right off. And potentially, if there's a new administration at some point, that will happen. The US will get themselves back into a good fiscal position. Gold comes right off. We're back into 2,500. And then we wait for the next cycle to run to like 4K or something else.
Yeah. Looks like EuroCAD, I caught that quite nicely because it has indeed come off from where I closed. So I took the buy from here, closed up here, and we've come right off on that one. But there was a question from Anirudh asking about Euro Aussie. Now,
Aussie, interesting.
Euro Aussie on the half hour. I don't know what exactly you're asking us on the half hour specifically, because without any specifics of what you're looking at, we can only look at what we can see, right? But I wouldn't just trade based on the half hour. So looking at this, it looks bullish.
We've got height.
Yeah. I would say maybe up to kind of 1.796, something like that. But you're then, if you were going to actually look at taking a trade for it, what if you want to trade now, right? Okay, so your trade is something like that, right? And it's a half an hour. I don't know if I like that, right? Yeah, so I'd be looking to come up to this area and maybe sell from here, and you might see an opportunity to sell from there. This is not a trade recommendation, and this isn't a trade that I would necessarily take, because this is just looking at one time frame, and that's not how I trade. But that would be your other trade, just based on the half hour, right? Looking for it to come down and take this level here. But I wouldn't be trading either way right now, because I don't like this where we are right now. If we then start looking at other time frames, and that's why I prefer multiple time frame analysis, then you've got maybe something more to look at. So if we look at the 1 hour, right, we've had this rejection here, and we're basically coming off this wick here, right? So we can see it there, that engulfing candle. It was resistance, now it's support, okay? So that in itself looks like, okay, it could be nice for potential buys. However, you've got this low right here, okay, that I would have been expecting to act as support, because it's already come down and retested this section. So by breaking that doesn't necessarily mean that it's, that it can or can't go higher. But you then start to look at the other things, the 4 hour, you've got a big engulfing to the downside. You've got this one pretty much took the entirety of this body. The 4 hour for me feels as though you've possibly got a little bit more downside to come in. I think you've also got, look, you've got a 4 hour wickless candle right there. That right there, that those of you that know my strategy, that is major liquidity, and the higher the time frame, the more powerful it is. So for me, that's another area to look at. Go higher still and look at the 11 hour, right? The 11 hour is a massive engulfing candle to the downside, and has broken this low that should have been support. So I'm
on. Do you want to see me on the 1 minute chart, Mike?
Say again.
Do you want to see me on the 1 minute chart?
See you on the 1 minute chart?
Yeah.
Go on then.
So same deal, Euro AUD. This is what I see, right? Where we are now, going to either break, you got to get above these highs right here, 179.48, punch on to 55, and then you've got up here to 60 to 64. So it's in this cluster. So say we go that box. That's the top of the box, right? And you got about 179.60 as the minimum. I don't like this at all. Just like Mike was saying, I think we could easily turn down, go back through this level and decline. Because when you go to the higher time frames, I would say this does not look great. You've had this massive drawdown, a push up back into the mid-level here at the 20 move average. Perfectly touch that, equal top with these other highs here and the old highs. Pulled back down, you're having a general retrace today. And I would actually see this going well off, to be honest, right down to here over the next week. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is, right? But I think we've got downside for sure right now. Yeah. So unless you can actually get back above that level, this is full downside for me.
And if we're talking about the Aussie, the Aussie certainly against the dollar, for example, I still see upside. So
Great.
you got to take that into the basket as well, and compare that against the euro as well.
Yeah, because the euro is going down to baseline interest rates. The Aussie, per the last RBA meeting, so Reserve Bank of Australia, basically the equivalent of the Fed for Australia, they're like, okay, we see further rate cuts. But the other trouble with that, in Australia, we have an offset with when the data comes in per when the RBA, the Reserve Bank, actually makes decisions. And then we got the jobs numbers last week, which are actually quite good and contradict their prior consideration per the jobs, which is a large proponent of their decision. All right, so you've actually got a odds relative position that they hold rates longer rather than continuing to cut right now. So you actually see further strength in the dollar, whereas the euro is coming to that baseline. They're struggling, having a hard time. Bang.
Yeah. Replay Renegades. Not sure who you're referring to, but in this instance, I agree with you. You shouldn't be trading on anyone's opinions. You should be trading on your own opinions and your own analysis. Anything that LJ and I are sharing here, if it's me and LJ, it is purely just our views, our opinions, and the way that we trade and the way we analyze. Nobody should be taking trade ideas from what we're saying or what we're suggesting. Okay, this is not financial advice. This is entertainment. If you see a trade, take a trade, share it in the chat. We'll take a look at it. If you see an opportunity, share it in the chat. We'll take a look at it. But you should only be taking trades that make sense to your plan and to your strategy. Otherwise, you're totally gambling. Okay. So yeah. Saint saying took a short on CHF JPY. Let me pull up my chart on CHF JPY. Let's find, where is it? CHF JPY. Took a short from where exactly? 183.26. When? On the 1 hour chart. 183.26. You took a short from here. So your short is what? Somewhere up here, is it? 183. Oh, hang on, I'm confused. 26. No, you're up here. Okay. So I'm assuming you got in because of this wick, is that right? And are you screwed because what? Because you let it run and so you didn't take profit? When short 182. Oh, hang on a second. 182.61. Yeah, might not be the best of decisions that you've made. So yeah. Guys, if you want the words, you just got to stick around. Right? You just got to stick around. Get in the chat. Tell us what you think. And then you'll hear the words. But if you're just here for a giveaway word, come on. You're never gonna make it as a trader if you're just here for a giveaway. Sorry, just simple fact. Look at his entry level again.
Not trade yet, don't worry.
Trader Lawrence 182.61. So 182.61. So something like that there, with a stop at 183.26. 26. So up there somewhere. I don't know. What do you think, LJ? Actually, do you know what?
As a
short, this is Saint's trade on CHF JPY. I'll tell you what, Saint. If it breaks this high, then I would say, yeah, your trade is invalidated. That's my...
I don't know.
That's my take on it. I think if it breaks that high, then yeah, you're in trouble. You don't want to see it break that high, really, because that's the 4-hour engulfing, and you've got some nice structure here on the 5-minute. So if it breaks that, then yeah, you're probably in trouble. So Sham says he's long CHF-JPY. So there you go. You guys can battle it out as to who's gonna do it. Daily currency strength meter favors shorts. Does it? Let's have a look. Daily currency meter currently says that they're pretty much both weak right now. So, and shows some weakness from Friday and element of strength on the yen. So yes, that to some extent, but personally, I don't think the currency meter tells you anything other than where there is divergence. Nothing more than that. That's just my view. That's why I was looking at EuroCAD, right? Because the real time, you got Euro is very weak today, and you got the CAD is showing a lot of strength. So you're looking for some divergence and then return to the mean potentially, or a continuation. As we closed on Friday, it's the same principle. CAD was very weak, Euro was very strong. So it's the reversal. Yen was very strong on Friday. The dollar was very weak. So again, Euro USD, you might also be looking for potential trades, as well as USD JPY. But as LJ said, nothing's really very clear on the charts right now. There's no catalyst news to move things around, right? And
yeah, so Monday, Monday, often the field test day. You consolidate the prior week when there's no news, right? And you're trying to feel that out, see where positioning is. You wait until Tuesday starts to kick on that Monday move, and then Wednesday has to digest it, either accept or reject it, right? Yeah. So that's one of those weeks we're in right now, where there's not heaps of news on the line. So you don't have those big shifts, but you do have the remaining catalyst from the prior week and the week before as well. We had a lot of news coming through there, which has shifted markets back and forth multiple times. So this week is a bit of a digestion. Follow it through. It's a very, therefore, technical week. Rely on that. Play with that, and you'll do well.
Just having a look at the 15-minute on EuroCAD. I've still got it on my terminal here. Just wondering if there's maybe going to be an opportunity for buys if we basically came up completely off on that move. And I'm just curious, we have tapped in here. Just want to see what structure we're forming on this. As maybe there's another opportunity for longs. Got a wickless candle just there. Wicked away somewhat from it there. It's a 2-minute engulfing wick. And on the 3-minute, there was a wick rejection. 5-minute could potentially start to see some buyers. We're in this nice little pocket here. 7-minute, somewhat. Let's see. Not a bad place.
We do trade pairs. I trade pairs. I have my cluster trade. When we go over the other stuff, it's just for trying to, when people ask in chat to cover this or that, that's what we'll do. We'll try, give our immediate evaluation on whatever pair you guys are looking at. Run through that, give both sides, the long, the short, where all the levels are on either side, and then you guys can make a decision, right? So that's pretty much what we're doing. But personally, yeah, we might be like, I'm just trading euro dollar right now, right? So, for me, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, NASDAQ, gold are probably the main four. Then I've got pound dollar, some of the yen crosses like Aussie yen, euro yen, pound yen on selective timeframes or selective periods. But yeah, that's basically what I stick to pretty much. So anything else we cover is like when you guys throw it up, that's what we're here to do, and give the cross comparison of everything, and try give you both sides of the argument as well, not just long or short on a signal. It's like, here's the long case, here's the short case. This is the other variables in the macro fundamental. What's going on? Is dollar long or short today in general? And then see where you go. And given whatever news is on the forefront coming ahead, look out for that, etc. There you go. Sorry.
Who become confused? Who's LJ covering for? I don't understand. Totally confused. Anyway.
What's this?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. UJ, let's have a look. So UJ on, I don't know what time frame you're looking at, but let's have a look. So trade idea is 147.33 long. 147.33, so down here, somewhere there. Target 147.76.
UJ, fair enough.
Yeah, I can see that.
See the upside for UJ. I think we marked this out earlier. I do see the upside for UJ before we come down.
I'd be more convinced about it if we can break this high. What is it? 147.52. Because right now that's your resistance on the 1 hour, and it's. I mean, you've got 7 minutes left on this 1 minute on this 1 hour candle. Ideally, you want to see it break that, and it might do it now, but at the moment, it's not doing it. So I would be, I'd be cautious with that one.
NQ is USA, not quite, man, not quite. So US 30 is completely different to the NASDAQ. You can simple thing. Google NASDAQ, you'll see the 100 companies in the NASDAQ. US 30 is the US 30. Those top companies are typically there, a lot of the blue chip stocks in the US market, in the US 30. So NASDAQ is obviously filled with a lot more tech companies, a lot of the growth companies, that kind of thing. Quick Google search, you'll see the difference. But yeah, if you're trying to search it up on, say, MT5 or something like that, you go to the NAS and it should come up with that. US 30, you get the US 30. They do have a slight differential in price activity, for sure, because US 30 is filled with more blue chip stocks. They don't move as aggressively as the NASDAQ, which is filled with more tech and growth companies, which will accelerate much faster. So the NASDAQ has firmly outperformed both the S&P and the US 30 for about 20 years now. So that's why you got to take that into consideration.
Yeah. Just a trade idea here on EuroCAD. Just seeing if we break this structure here, so a buy stop, and then looking for it to break higher potentially, to then head on up. The structure here wasn't actually that strong when it pulled back, so it's a possible entry idea. If you want to have a look, then there's a possibility there.
We're back to EuroCAD again.
EuroCAD, I think it's where there's going to be an opportunity today.
Really?
I do, yeah. Sai Kieran reckons Euro USD buys, which would add nicely to my.
I agree.
So,
but EuroCAD, dude, EuroCAD, I don't like at all. I think that's the most disgusting chart I've seen. It's terrible, mate. It's terrible.
I'm pretty sure gold is worse than that.
Come on.
I'm pretty sure gold is worse than that.
We are on that resistance, like we talked about before, which I can see, but
yeah,
that doesn't give me confidence. We're just at a relative level. I would put it this way: I would not bet on it, right? You know, I would not put a trade on it. I can see the argument in general, but I would not see a confident trade on that pair.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, the way that it's broken down like that, no. So it didn't even come up and take that level. So the idea is broken entirely. But I do still think there's buys, because look at how it started. Look at that level there on the 1 minute. So there's definitely buys coming. It's just about how far does it want to go. Probably at that far.
I think this thing now crashes. I think down to 1.60, 70, 75.
Do you think so?
We just punched the lows. I would not be going short on. Going long on this for my life.
Yeah. Looking at that 1 hour. Yeah, you're right.
This is also a random thing for you guys trading. Sometimes when you're considering these questions with a trade, think about it in this way: would you bet your kid's life or your family's life on this trade? And if the answer is you're unsure, it's probably a no, right? I'm serious. Like, it sounds ridiculous. It's a good leveler. Honestly, it is a good leveler. The same way, if you were to put a gun to your head, would you take this trade and you live or you die based on this trade? The answer is no. You don't have a sufficient confidence level. Don't take the trade. Easy as that.
EUR USD crashed as well, apparently.
It actually just did. Yeah. On the past 2 minutes, it did.
Yeah. Came down, didn't take the lows though, not yet anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm still in the trade. I'm basically flat now.
Was that?
But we were just a touch by my take profit.
Modi says he's had a call with Putin.
Yeah, I can't see anything else. Hey,
Indian PM, but don't think that's particularly of any great significance.
No.
Oh, here we go. Hang on a second. This is Trump. He's gonna. Oh, okay. Very long post on his Truth Social, but he says, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, and also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election. We're only the country in the world that uses mail-in voting. Not true. All others give it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at all levels, never seen before. Jesus, my God, man. Why do you have to use...
Yeah.
Honestly. Yeah, no, nothing else happening in the news. So I don't know
nothing proper, to be honest. Come on, let's just chat.
I don't know what that euro sell-off was.
Probably risk on move, given... let me check the bonds. Bonds have not moved, to be fair.
Not clear.
I don't know. It's probably just technical, structural. If you look at the Dixie, we did hit relative support on the 5 and 15 minute. So it might have just been like I was saying earlier. We've got very much just a technical trading structure for now until we get proper headlines. Unlike that one, which is nonsense, obviously. But
as per.
Yeah, as per.
Yeah.
Insert all.
Exactly. It's like at everyone, It's like, okay, enough shouting, Donald. Go back to bed.
Given I'm an Aussie, do I get a chance to trade New York, or do I just focus on other sessions? I do trade New York. I trade London, New York primarily, and the end of Asia. But I'm abnormal, to be fair. Yes, I'm living in Australia, but I wake up quite late, start my day, and then kick on, and I go to bed very, very late. I manage it. Oh, what is this? Who is this guy, dude?
We kick him out. That's
Disrupting,
honestly,
terrible.
Always just coming in here, just making noise. Yeah, exactly that.
Muted myself. Hello, everyone. What's up? Fine. Can I remove? How do I? Which one? Well, yeah. Which one is one? Is that me? Hello. Oh, that's good. I like this. Nice. Where do I have my screen then? All right. So apparently, that's a smooth transition. It's a very smooth transition from Mr. Magic Mike. Well, I guess he did the best of the situation. I didn't really give him anything. I didn't really give him an easy task, really. Oh wow. Well, so I'm all alone here, which that sucks. That sucks. Anyway,
See you guys.
I'm here.
Bye. Bye from
Oh,
ABL.
hello, LJ. I'd like to say, thank you for we had some good conversation earlier. Good stuff, man. I enjoyed that.
We did actually. Did.
Yeah.
See you next time.
But yeah, you've been streaming for. I mean, we need to figure out your schedule, man. You can't.
Yeah, we'll figure out. Don't worry. It's a work in progress. It's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. I understand. So, all right. See you guys. Ciao. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Adios.
Take care, guys. Now, take care, LJ. Oh, man. Okay, so today we're gonna continue with where we left off earlier. I have a really good idea. I'm watching on Euro NCD right here, and also make sure you. I'm gonna do a shameless little plug for my own social media channel. Now that no one's here, no one's watching, go check out. Google my name. I'm all over the place. Google my name, Jonatan Randin. You'll find me everywhere. Follow me. Click that follow. Click that like. Let's go. I'm gonna be sharing, sharing that journey, like I talked about earlier today, and of course, I'm here, and therefore I will share with you the third piece of the puzzle that you need for the giveaway today. Yes, that's right. We're running a giveaway. We got that giveaway running today. The last piece of the word is gonna be edge. That's right. Now, if you have all the three words and you know them, now you can write them in the comments if you want to. If you want to, you can. But if you are, then more people are going to get into the giveaway, and you will actually decrease your chance of winning, because the more people that get into the giveaway, the ones that are in are going to have lower risk of actually winning. So there's a competition here, guys. There's a little bit of a competition. I will only give you the words throughout the day, and it's your job to piece them together and get the secret word, right? But if you give that word away, you lower your own chance of winning the giveaway. Think about it. Be smart about it. Either you can just be nice to everyone, or keep it for yourself, and look at it as if it would be a competition. Okay, so for those of you who haven't heard me explain what I'm doing here in the live trading room going forward is, I've had a period in my life. I've had the time to contemplate, to think about what I'm doing. What am I doing with my life? Am I happy with the way things are? Yeah, definitely. I love my life. I do really love my life. But when it comes to trading, right? Okay, so when it comes to trading, at the and I've already talked about this in the beginning of the live stream with LJ, but I know we got a lot of new people coming into the live stream here, so I want to kind of break it down for you guys as well. I looked at my trading journal in the beginning of the year, and I noticed that trading started to become synonymous with stress. I saw, okay, I took a couple of losses today, and I reacted in a very negative way, in a very stressful way, and it just kept on going. I was writing a physical journal, a physical diary, and I went through it right every day. I went through it for a couple of months. I did my yearly review, and I noticed that trading is not good for me. Okay, trading is inducing too much stress in my life, so I need to take a break. I took a break and I focused on algorithmic trading, because what I could do then with algorithmic trading is I can take my technical expertise, put it into the market without the emotions, and for me the emotions is hands down the most problematic thing for me in trading, because I know what to do. I know exactly what to do. The problem is just actually doing the right thing. So that was I think I stopped completely with the manual active trading about 6 to 8 months ago, but it's gone a long time now, and I feel like there's something missing. There's something missing in my life, basically, and I feel like that could potentially be I miss trading. One of the reasons why I figured this out, or when I noticed this, was I was going through I passed CMT1 beginning of August here, a couple of weeks ago. I got the mail that I've been waiting for, past CMT1, and started reading CMT2, and I felt like, oh, man, I love this. I love technical analysis. I really want to do this, but I'm not able to practice the things that I'm learning, and practice the things that I like doing with algo trading. I'm still gonna, keep my systems and focus on algo trading, but there's something missing. I want to be able to feel price action. You know what I mean? Like, I wanna be able to really go with the flow of price action and be one with price action again. I love that feeling. I love that feeling when you come into a flow state of mind, like a deep focus, and you're just one with the market. I miss that. So I want to try to start this journey again with you guys, completely transparent. I'm going to share everything. I'm going to share the trading journal. I'm going to share the setups, the way I'm trading, everything. Most of the trades I'm going to take is going to be during this live trading room. So if you want to see real, honest, true trading, yeah, that's where you're going to get. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I've gone through the markets yesterday, and I have a list here of some of the interesting pairs that I think there might be a possibility of finding a setup today. Euro AD, I like that. I like the sort of break and retest right here. I'm going to move that up to that list, that top list again. Euro GBP, do I like Euro? No, because I want that break to the downside. So what I'm first going to do, I'm going to see if I can find a setup on the pairs that I think we might have a setup on, and then I'm going to go through the other pairs as well. I like this GBP NCD. I like that GBP CHF. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. GBP USD also not ready yet, but this looks like it's a good possible short. Okay, so let's first go through the ones that I'm actually thinking that we might potentially have a trade on today. I'm also going to go through this list again, because I have not gone through. I haven't looked at gold. So the first thing I want to ask myself, is gold interesting? So what I'm seeing right now is a triangle. It's a triangle, some type of triangle. Wouldn't you guys agree? You have right here, right? Some type of triangle. Now, I'm not going to say like it's the perfect triangle. Nothing's perfect. Talking about technical analysis here. Nothing's perfect. But I do like, what is this? One thing I like doing when I'm adding trend lines is to use the parallel channel, because just like the way you're adding horizontal levels, you want to add trend lines in the same way. You want to have a buffer zone around that trend line. So then I'm thinking, but why is it doing that? Oh, I'm in the replay tool, am I? Is that why? Okay, so I'm choosing the parallel tailwind right here, putting it here, up to here. Ah, I get it now. I get it. I don't have any boundaries. Where's the music? Don't we have any music on here? What is going on? I like that one. This song, ladies and gentlemen, called Trade Winds. It's actually called Trade Winds. It's amazing, amazing. Let's get that in the background. Get some groove in. Get that market, that flow feeling, that flow state of mind. All right. Okay, so this is the trend line that I'm watching right here. What I'm seeing right here, this is a ascending triangle, isn't it? Ascending triangle, yeah. So this is the perspective that I have right now for gold. It's hitting that lower trend line. I think, would be nice to see a breakout here. Would of course be nice to see a breakout here. So if we think that this is an ascending triangle, now you might look at this and say, well, this is an ascending triangle. But what I mean when I say if we think it's an ascending triangle, we also mean that price action will move according to the pattern. If price starts moving like this, it's not really an ascending triangle, is it? But we're looking at the daily here, and you know what? Let's put a poll up. Are you guys bullish or bearish on gold? Bullish or bearish on gold? And I will add create a poll on that. All right, so let's add Sham. Mohammed says short-term bearish. Parmesh says bearish. Ohm Trading 69 says bullish. We got a couple of bulls, we got a couple of bears. It's about 50-50 right now. We're really interested to see if this number changes when I add this fib right here. Because this, I believe, is quite the nice support. Now, what would really make me interested in potentially getting into a trade on this, like right now, is if we also have a hit of moving averages. But obviously, when the market has been going sideways for 125 days, it's, the moving averages are probably going to be going quite sideways as well. So let's add the 20 and the 50. Yeah, that's not really giving us much. What about the 200 though? It's going to update the indicator here. What about the 200? Is that the 200? That's the 200 EMA. What about the simple? What's that? 50? Is that the 50 simple? So that's going to be the 5200. Now they're obviously all the way down here. Yeah. The secret word, last part of the puzzle, is edge. That's the it's the last time I'm going to say it. Okay. Now you piece them together, all three of them. I've given you the words in the first hour of the live stream, and then a little bit later the second one, and now you get the third one, and you piece them two together, you get the combination of the secret word. And then I'm going to be drawing the winner of that competition, the giveaway tomorrow. Right, so we're looking at this as support right now. Okay, can you just give me a second? All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go up and check my son got home, but he's not supposed to be home. He's supposed to be in school. So I had to check. Ahmed says, "Are you trading gold today?" You know, I'm probably not gonna be trading gold today. But I like this. You know, I can't deny the support. I feel like I'm, you know, trying to find reasons to go long on gold here, which is obviously not the way we should be doing things. But I feel like we find a good we have found a good range here. So we get first we have the fib of this move. Okay, so you see how I put the fib from this low to this high, gives me that 0.618, almost hit the 0.618 right here. We have the 50% fib here as well. And then we're adding a bigger range using this support level with these highs. So we do have some confluence here. We have confluence with the high time frame ascending trend line. We got the local 50% fib with a hit of at least around the 0.618, and then the higher time frame 50% fib. So I would look at this and say we have obviously a nice little confluence zone right here as support. Going into the 4-hour, we're also seeing an interesting structure right here, and we have a local retest of that level right here. Let me sit down for this. It's important stuff, guys. Gonna sit down. There we go. So we know that the overall structure is potentially, I wouldn't say bullish. I guess we're more of looking at a range here on gold, but we are in a ascending triangle, which is not really confirmed unless you have a break above resistance, of course. We have a descending trend line right here, and we have an overall descending market structure here. Could be a falling wedge here, but then context matters, right? I don't think the context is right for this. But if I would be looking for longs here, what I'm really interested in is the retest right here. Okay, so right here, I have, this is interesting because we have a break and retest here. Now remember, one of the rules that I'm going to follow here going forward when doing this live trading with you guys is never to go below the 15-minute time frame and only trade with the higher time frames. So I'm looking at the retest of this level, and what I notice is there's a lot of wicks here. Feel like there's a lot of wicks here, and what is this telling us? Maybe if anyone knows in the comment section, what is this telling us about price? We have this candle right here. What type of candle is this one right here? Now that is a let's see, is it Dragonfly Doji or a Graveyard Doji? Can't remember which one is one. It's not really, I guess it's not really a Dragonfly Doji because it needs to be a little bit higher, but it doesn't really matter. What this tells us is exactly. It's telling us that we have indecision, okay? This candle right here is telling us that buyers have, and yeah, this is a good point. A doji is a doji. Now, sometimes you would want to need to know, you would want to know the difference between a Dragonfly Doji and a graveyard doji, because you want to know you need to understand the forces behind those candles and what it actually means. But you can summarize it like this. You have a doji where the open and close of the candle is almost identical, and it's going to be in the middle of two big wicks, like this one right here. If the body is higher and the lower wick is bigger than the upper wick, obviously there's potentially a bit more buying pressure, but still a doji is still a doji, and it's most of the time telling us that there's indecision in the market. This candle right here tells us that buyers are outperforming the sellers right here. We're not really seeing much of that right here. However, what we are seeing is this current 1 hour candle right here that might actually act as a confirmation of strength, because we got one. I'm just gonna call this a bearish candle as well, because it's almost bearish. It's a doji. It's indecision. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles. That is telling us that there's indecision in the market with some bearish leading momentum. But if this candle right here can turn into a bullish candle with either no wick at the top or just a very small wick, then I believe we have a potential break of the behavior of this local downtrend. I'm gonna mark out this zone right here as the level of interest. Because I'm thinking that we might get a repetition of this. We might get this move here. But if we do get that move, we'll also break above this descending trend line. And I would, in that case, target, that would be the last local high, that would be the FTA. And then the second target would be this level right here. So I'm writing TP1 and TP2, but it's not the first TP and the second TP. It's just two different areas where I would be interested in taking profit. Now, the lower time frame, I'm gonna go down to the 50-minute. That's gonna be the lowest time frame I'm looking at, and I want the 50-minute to already have confirmed what I'm looking at on the 1 hour. And we're not really getting that, are we? Here we can have add a trend line like this. And we see price really. It's obvious that this level is support, right? You can obviously see price using this level as support. Now we're gonna put some alternative stop losses here. That's gonna be stop loss 1. And then this is gonna be stop loss 2. Really feel like I need to spend some time on this, right? Because a lot of times what I do is just throw myself right into the market. But here I feel like we have something interesting going on. Gonna be ending the poll here, and the poll says that 51% is bullish and 48% is bearish on gold right now. It's about 50-50, which is quite interesting because if you look at the 1 hour right here, it talks a lot about indecision. Now, indecision is also a place where the market is in equilibrium. It might not always have to be the case that there's indecision, right? It might also be the case that market is at an equilibrium. So buyers and sellers are currently in a balance. They have agreed that this is what gold is worth, right? But we're getting closer and closer to what I would be viewing as strength. Now we saw right when I said that we had that move to the downside. So we're not going to have this will not be confirmed until we have the close of the 1 hour candle in 30 minutes. And then if we go down to the 15 minute, I think it's very clear here that gold is at support and it's, testing that support nicely. And as long as it holds this support, I think we're going to move to the upside. So for me, the best type of confirmation here would be to see if I can move that trend line and all that only have it visible on let's see, only have it visible on the 4 hour and above. So yeah, looking for that strength come in. We want a bullish candle on the daily, preferably a candle that has small wicks. Welcome, Diana.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I like the new haircut.
Thank you. So how have you been? How was your weekend?
It was great. It was busy. My oldest son turned 16, so we were busy celebrating him. Yeah, it's wild. I feel like he went from a baby to 16 in record time.
It's shocking. It really is. You think about it, and it's like, what happened?
That's right. How was your weekend?
Good. What did I do? I feel like I did something. No, I didn't do a lot. I took it very, very slow. First weekend in a long time where I felt like I did nothing, which is nice. It's don't get me wrong. It's nice not to do anything.
That's right. Well, I like your take on gold. I popped in right as you were talking about gold, and I think I am in agreement with you.
I feel, well, yeah, nice to know, nice to hear that, because I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm good at technical analysis, but sometimes I can do it in a way where it fits my bias a little bit too much. So it's like I'm able to paint the story and paint the picture of something that confirms what I want the market to do, which it could be dangerous,
Right, absolutely. We see what we want to see, right? It's the danger of technical analysis.
Yeah, but I'm starting a new journey here with the live stream. I decided, I had a long conversation with myself here over the weekend, and because I started reading now on the CMT level 2 on the second curriculum, and I felt like I really like it. I really like technical analysis. I like being able to decipher price action, and I want to do that more. And the beginning of the year, I took a decision to move away from active trading and focus more on algo trading. And it's been a long time now, dude. I've been almost 6 months without really, focusing on active trading. And when I mean really focusing on it, it's like building a trading plan and journaling and doing the hard work. But I miss it. I miss the challenge, and I miss being able to I miss the challenge and really being able to get all into technical analysis. So I've decided to do a journey here on the live stream, doing it completely transparent, and really try to hold myself accountable while doing so.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I hope it's going to be good. But I've been I keep telling people that I'm probably going to fail, because, and this as well, it's not easy, trading and live streaming at the same time.
Right. Absolutely. It is very difficult. And I think the CMT, I've always been tempted to do the CMT as well, just because I know that there's so much that you would learn from it. And then I also worry what would happen. There's going to be growing pains in the beginning where you have all this new information and you're tempted to refine what you do or change what you do, and that's going to impact your trading. In the long run, I'm sure it'll pay off, but in the short term, you have to be kind of, I assume, I mean, you would know more than I do, but it seems like you would have to be a little bit cognizant of how much you change, because of how it would impact your trading.
Well, okay, so it depends on what you want to be doing. CMT, I think you're not going to learn. You're going to learn some, but I'm pretty sure you already know the things you need to know to be a good trader. CMT will not help you become a better trader, but it will help you become a better analyst, and especially the type of analyst that can be working for a firm or get employed at a bank or something like that. So it's a career path. It's a career choice. It's not a trading course. So if you're looking for something to really improve your trading, then I think you're already where you should be, because it's a lot of money and it's a time commitment. And if you're only doing that to become a better trader, I'm not sure it's worth it. But if you're doing it like I'm doing it to also, create a career of an analyst and not only a trader.
Yeah, that's what I heard from someone else too. He said that he is also a trader and has, I think, all 3 CMT. I'm not really sure, but he said kind of the same thing. They are not one and the same. It's not. It's like exactly what you said. You said it better than I did, but they're not the same. It won't make you a better trader. But I think, in fact, it could make it harder in some aspects, temporarily, not forever. But for me, I feel like knowing more, maybe I could mess it up for a little bit. Sorry, it's so dark in where I am right now, but hopefully you can still see me. And yeah, I would love to. I only caught the tail end of your analysis, Jonathan, but I think that we're pretty. Can I take this second?
Yeah.
I think we're pretty aligned in kind of our thought on gold specifically. So when I'm looking at gold, what I like is the daily perspective. So we're in kind of a weird situation here, but last night when I was looking at gold after the market opened, we have this previous day low from Friday. Price dipped below the previous day low, and this swing low here, which was Thursday's candle, and then moved above. So this is a pretty bullish sign. We had the same thing in reverse here, where price dipped above the previous day high and then fell. So to me, that's a bearish sign. This is a bullish sign. What makes this a little bit tricky now is price pushed above the previous day high and then sank back below. So I'm going to be watching to see if price can regain this previous day high and start to hang out above here. And then I would consider that, confirmation of bullishness. But obviously this candle already is looking pretty strong on the open of gold this morning. So
Can I ask you something about the previous day high? What is the? I think I know, but I'd love to hear your rationale there. What is your reasoning behind wanting price to reclaim the last day's high?
So maybe not so much for reclaiming, but basically, I'm not sure if this gets to your question, but let's start with this. So when price comes below the previous day low, for example, there's a lot of stops residing below here and residing below the previous day low. So when price comes down here and kind of rejects that level, that indicates to me that price is, it kind of swept up that liquidity down here, touched those stops, and then pushed higher. So the reverse is true here. So price came above, took the liquidity here, dipped it down just a little bit, but now if it continues higher, it kind of says to me, it's like a line in the sand. I just use it as a line in the sand that if price continues higher, it says to me, this might not be an area where we're going to reverse from. Maybe price is going to continue higher. So I'm looking at that level to kind of indicate, that price might push higher from there. And this is just like a pause rather than a rejection of these levels. If price, comes back down below the previous day high and just fails, so it fails at this level like it did here, or it fails like it did here, then to me, it kind of indicates that, okay, that it took that liquidity there and that's all that's going to happen. But if it starts to reside above, then, I'd be looking for a push higher. Right now, it's kind of in a question mark because we don't know if price is going to stay above that level or if it's going to sink back down. It's already done the work on both sides now. It took out the previous day low and the previous day high. Maybe gold will do nothing. But if it gets back above this previous day high, then I'd be looking for a push higher. Does that answer what you were asking?
Yeah, that makes sense. I actually added, because this is something I've been looking a lot on a while back. I looked at weekly open and weekly and monthly open level, but I've just added the previous day high because I remember you explaining previous day high a while back and it made a lot of sense. And then I added previous day high level, and it actually aligns a lot with if today's price action is trading around that level, it's going to react to that level. A lot of times it's you can see in price action that price does respect that level. And if you look at, like, if I go back to my screen just quickly and I'll show you what happened when I added that previous high. So I'm using an indicator called Spaceman BTC key levels. So basically, you can search for key levels. Do you know this one?
I do, actually.
And it's really
a
really
good
cool
one.
because Yeah, it's really good. And so I got the previous day high right here, and it aligns is perfectly with the level where I get confirmation. So without knowing, and this adds a lot of validity to the previous day high. So without knowing that was the previous day high, I looked at price action. I said, okay, this is an important level, and then that coincides with the previous day, previous day high. So makes a lot of sense. This I don't like. Like, what if the 50-minute candle breaks out here, but I'm not getting the daily close? That's going to be a situation where I'm like, I want to enter, but then I want to wait for that 1 hour candle. I think it's obviously going to be best for that 1 hour candle to close first. But I think we have something interesting here. I'm going to switch over to your screen again here.
Do you wait for the candle to close before you'll enter a trade? Is that part of your strategy, or is that just like a best practice?
It's just a best practice. It's basically a way for me to make sure that I'm not too impulsive,
Yeah. I identify with that. Yeah. I don't wait for the close, but I also have to have ways that I sort of like slow yourself down, don't be impulsive.
Exactly, because I mean, candles, and it doesn't really matter. Like, does it, like the candle close, it doesn't really matter at what time it changes, because we have people looking at the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the 1 minute, sometimes the 10 seconds. Like, does it really matter? If if price breaks out, you have momentum, price is going to continue. So in terms of how the markets operate, candles doesn't matter. But from a psychological point of view, having rules, having routines, having that structure, that's going to be important.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly it. It really, I love how you said it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like you asked about, this isn't totally true, but like you asked about the why the previous day high, after it. Pick a line, like, you pick a line, do something consistent. That's what matters more than, I know from experience that the previous day high works really well as a line in the sand, but there's nothing magical about that line. Just like you said, waiting for the close, there's nothing magical about the close, because on any other time frame it'll be different. But these types of like aspects that you can build into your system really make a difference for you personally, to make sure that you're doing things consistently, and that you have a mechanism to know when is the time to do what you're trying to do. So all right. Yeah. Raul says it was also previous week's low that gold swept in Asian session, so going up is more probable result. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, so previous week low also, and recovered that previous week low. Yeah, gold has been really messy. We've talked about this every week. This is just messy, nasty. A lot of times we get, if somebody's not trading gold right now, I really can't blame them, because when the going is good with gold, it's really good. And this has been just ugly. So
I looked at it and I'm like, okay, so how long have we been in this range? 120 days or something. Like, it's been a long time.
Yeah. And, I think that these little techniques that we're talking about, like, sweeping the previous day low, previous week low, whatever, and then pushing higher, they're helpful. But when gold is like this, it's still just really hard to trade. So
it's all about context, right? Your strategies and what you're talking about. Like, of course, if someone can ask me, like, what indicator are you using and how you're using that indicator? Well, okay, let's say I'm using a MACD and I'm using it this way. Of course, what matters is in what context is that. So in the ranging market, EMAs become useless. In a ranging market, oscillators like the MACD and the RSI might become more useful. In a trending environment, RSI means nothing, right? You have an uptrend and RSI is overbought. Well, yeah, it's going to be overbought can be for weeks, right?
Yeah.
So it's all about the context. So the previous daily high in a daily range and in a very tight range, in a low time frame range, at that point, I don't know if it matters too much, but it's all about the context.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Well, so we're back below that previous day high again. So, it's not surprising. Here, this is kind of funny. Just a long time ago now, we drew this kind of. We were Victor and I were talking, and it was messy, and then we were like, this is starting to look like a cup. And then a few weeks later, we were like, oh, it kind of looks like a cup with handle. And now it's like the longest handle ever. I mean, it's nothing. It's just a range. It's just a choppy, ugly range. I just leave this on there though because it's just funny. We were talking about consolidations and chop, and it just hasn't stopped. So there's really no reason to be super heavy-handed with gold. I think it's fine to trade it if you're finding success. But I know for me, I have found gold to be more frustrating lately than not, because it's just ugly. It's not doing anything. So let's Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I wasn't really.
So let's take a look at the S&P real quick. Today there are Trump is meeting with Putin and Zelensky in I think 4 hours or so, 4.5 hours, and so it would make sense maybe not a whole lot will happen, but then again, who knows what will happen with the indices. But right now, looking at the previous day low again, I guess I don't trust this one as much, but price did take out a previous day low. So if you want a better example of kind of what we're talking about, looking back at this candle here, this was last Wednesday's candle. This was the low from Wednesday. On Thursday, price dipped below and then had a really nice move higher. Same thing happened on Friday in reverse. Price took out the previous day high and the swing high. A swing high, remember, is when the high on either side is lower. So we have we have this high here, we have this high here, and then we have this high here. This high of this day and the high of this day is lower than the high of this day. That makes this a swing high. So price came above the previous day high, the swing high, and then reversed strongly lower. So this is very bearish. Now, what we saw so far today is price came and took out this previous day low, pushed above the previous day low, but I don't know, to me, this kind of trumps what we're seeing here until we start to really see some confirmation that price wants to move higher. It looks pretty heavy to me still. And, we just haven't really done a whole lot. So 45 minutes till the open still. So, things could change, but we have this all-time high that price is kind of hovering around, and had a pretty nasty day on Friday. So we'll see what happens there. Let's take a peek over at the NASDAQ, looking at the daily. So a little bit different here. The NASDAQ and the S&P, it seems like they're more different lately than typical. But right now, we haven't had price take out any of the previous day high, and also did not take out the previous day low yet today. However, on Friday, price took out the previous day low and pushed higher, but just barely, and then had a bit of a gap down on the weekly open. So, they both look a little heavy to me, but it's kind of quiet and kind of slow. So as far as news goes, high impact news, I'm a big fan of high impact news to inject some volatility into the market. That can be really helpful. We need price to move in order to make money. There is no news today on Forex Factory or tomorrow. We have some things coming up on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but there is that meeting later today. I think I said, 4 hours or so. So the market may just kind of wait around until that happens, may stay kind of quiet, or maybe around the open, we'll see price start to pick up and, move one direction or another here. All right, let me take a look at the chat. What's everybody looking at in the chat? Let us know, are you looking at gold? Are you mainly looking at the indices, forex? Good morning, everyone.
I'm looking at, so I'm trying to,
I like this
muted
one.
myself. I was saying a bunch of stuff there, but apparently I was muted.
Sorry. It happens.
Yeah, so I'm trying to make a short list of the pairs that I like the most here in terms of potential trades today. And let me go get my screen up here and I can take a look at those. So at the top of the list we have gold. I'm still looking at that, but if gold is going to stay range bound here, I mean, I don't know. I mean, eventually, if it just keeps ranging, it's just going to look like this, and then this pattern is no longer valid. I would then be looking at a rectangle pattern here, and then perhaps look at the breakout. But I want this setup to activate, preferably in the next 1 or 2 hours. I'm probably not going to be trading in 2 hours, so hopefully I'll be able to get an entry here within, I don't know, the next hour. But now looking at the 1 hour candle, again we have that indecisive candle. The opening and the close is almost identical right now, with wicks telling us that it's just there's equilibrium here, and we can't really see any sides taking over the order flow here. So that doesn't really give me a lot of conviction to the upside. So we're gonna wait for that. I got Euro NCD. This one I really like because we have, so first of all, yes, it's at a very long-term resistance here, and we haven't traded above this level since about 15 years ago. So chances that we're gonna do so now, I guess, is quite low. I mean, but there is a strong trend here. The trend is quite strong, and we have a retest of its support here. And I like this support. Interestingly enough, it's the previous day low, hit that perfectly. Very nice reaction on that one. Good daily candle. It's going to close in 5 minutes. Good wick on that one. I'm getting an alert here as well on something. Gold. Is gold? Okay, gold is breaking down now. So this idea is potentially about to get invalidated. Got my alert up here. Just waiting for that one. I'm going to put one alert down here as well. So going back to Euro NCD. This I like because the trend is very bullish. The trend is very strong. We have a good areas up here. That's also where we have the, that now that we've added these, we see that we got the weekly open, we got the previous week high and the previous daily high. There's a lot of confidences here from those levels as well. And if I would enter this trade, I would probably take it up towards that level. So let's see if we could make anything out of this. I would like to have a little bit higher risk to reward on these trades. Let me see if I can this resistance zone, I have to... So what I'm seeing here is, we got that overall high time frame uptrend. We're seeing a strong rejection here in the breakup structure. And now we are potentially seeing the same thing here, or something similar as what we saw up here, which is a hit that support, and potentially we're going to see a breakup structure here. So what I'm looking at here on the 15 minute is a break and retest of this level. And if we get that, I can have a pretty tight stop loss here with price coming up here. Adding the reload zone, I want to be able to take profits at the 618. Actually, that's perfectly right in the middle of the reload zone right there. Why does it look so weird? Look at this one. Yeah, right here in the middle. I like that. That's a 618, but I do like that level right there. So let's see what we get here. Gold is breaking down. We got Euro NCD looking better here. Okay, so the gold idea is probably invalidated. I mean, we still have this area, and as long as it doesn't go below that low, it's somewhat still valid, but slowly but surely getting invalidated. Euro NCD almost confirmed. USD CAD hitting that level, but I think that idea is invalid. I'm going to move that down. Gives a Euro AD is another break and retest that I'm watching closely here. The let's see.
The only thing that I don't like about gold right now, I mean, it definitely does look like it's breaking down, and it is below that previous day high. The only thing is the ADX. I look at ADX quite a bit to understand when is, there's a lot of times we see setups in the market, but there isn't, it isn't time to pull the trigger. And ADX really helps me a lot with that, knowing when is there enough movement in the asset to take advantage of it. And so far, ADX is still pretty low on gold. So if it really starts to spill over, we might see that change. But so far, it's still pretty low.
Yeah. It's getting bought up now, though, but I think with the context of everything, yeah, it's definitely a low probability. I think it was Euro. I think I looked at Euro CAD, and no, which one was it? Was GBP NCD or was it Euro AD maybe? I think it's both Euro AD and Euro CAD have similar structures here. But this is a little bit messy, but I like the level that we reclaimed here.
If you have questions in the chat, definitely let us know, or if you have thoughts in the chat, we'd love to hear from you. But trading is really difficult, and it's challenging, and it can be frustrating. It can, as we're exercising patience can be really tough, but keep the chat a place where you just are encouraging each other, and you can challenge each other and have different opinions, but no reason to
yeah, we had some interesting
I think Victor's here.
I think so. Hey Victor,
hello,
welcome.
hello.
I like your sound effects.
Can I come in?
Nice.
And you're welcome. It's so good to see you.
Hello, thank you for that. Yes, how are you two doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Excited, excited again to share some time with our audience, looking at the charts and maybe breaking them down. And how is the audience doing? Let us know in the chat. I'm all ears, or all eyes in this case.
Doing good so far. There's a question, Victor, and maybe you want to chime in on this. You're getting a lot of hellos in the chat, which is great to see. Raj asked, any views on trading using moon phases? Does it work at all? I'm not familiar with using moon phases. And I guess I don't really have an opinion one way or another, except that I think in general, the more you can be consistent in how you trade, like we talked about previous day high or low, not being magic, it's just a line in the sand. Those types of things can be really helpful. And if moon phases is how you do it, who am I to say that doesn't work? But I personally have never tested it. I don't really know anything about it. What about you, Victor and Jonathan? Do you know anything about trading with moon phases?
I think the best time of the month to take longs on EU is when the moon is full. Actually, when I've measured the expectancy, it changes with the phases, and especially if you have a planet also joining. No, of course, I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I don't know if they know you're joking, but I'm pretty sure you're joking.
Hello, everyone.
Sure,
I can give my opinion though. Well, I'm a kind of science kind of a guy. So if it's not rational, if there isn't a proof, then I will just say I don't know, right? So that's my stance officially. I don't know if moon phases is a thing or not. Who knows? Doesn't sound to me like directly logical, like obvious, evident. However, we should not discard it just because it sounds funny, just because it's different, just because it sounds lunatic. We can still, because there are things that we do not understand still, and I think it would be, as a human race, it would be arrogant of us, right, as a human race, to assume we know it all, and because we don't. We still have to, even if it's something sounds, I have to admit, to me that sounds a little bit far-fetched. But in all seriousness, I think you should not discard it. You should test it. Nothing wrong. It doesn't matter how crazy it sounds. Test it. I could see it actually. I could actually find reasons why it would be a thing. One is that the same way incidents of diseases, they fluctuate through year. They have a seasonality. You wouldn't think that, right? Something like heart attacks, strokes, they don't have anything to do, or actually they do, but you wouldn't expect it to see that, right? When you have shorter days or colder days, and there is a seasonality to it. And why there is, you could hypothesize a bunch of things. But the simple reason is that we are physical beings, right? We react to our environment. So if it's colder, I don't know, your organism or your body will be reacting differently. And if moon phases were to have something similar, like ebb and flow would be, have a difference in how we react as human beings, maybe, I don't know if there is a relation, right? If that is something that can be measured some way. But if it is measured, then I could see, but that would be a tiny edge though. But I could see that, for example, I don't know, since the market is composed of humans making decisions, and that's for a big part is based on emotions, I can see a link right there, right? If it sounds, I think about it, it sounds ludicrous, but I mean, we should not discard it until we have data.
I think you know, I've read some on what's his word? You know, is it Gann? WD Gann, right? I mean, his work. You look at his work. I mean, okay, so there's this book called, I don't know, I don't think I have it here, but it's called The Law of Vibration. It's called it's written by, okay, I can't remember his name. Some British trader wrote a book called The Law of Vibration. It's about W.D. Gann and his theories. Now it's outlandish stuff. Like it's crazy. Okay, so what he does is he has found that basically W.D. Gann's strategy was based on a esoteric, what he calls a secret law of the universe. That's his trading strategy, right? And apparently he was one of the most successful traders in the stock market of his time. And he's basing his trading strategy of something that he says he has found in a old passage in the Old Testament of the Bible. Okay. And by going through that and then using gemantics, I think it's called, when you take words, different letters of the word have a number associated with it, right? So it's kind of like so you look at the Old Testament and the original print and language of the Old Testament, and you apply that science, and you're going to get a sequence of numbers from a 2-sentence passage in there, and apparently that gives the secret to the whole universe and W.D. Gann's trading strategy. Now, the funny thing about this is it has been applied to technical analysis in a very advanced way, where they have actually started to confirm some of this, where it actually makes a lot of sense, and people have started using this and creating very successful trading strategies around this. And I'm actually planning on doing a presentation on this because and we have someone in the comments saying Mining Ninja says, I've studied law of vibration and attraction for 30 plus years. It's not the same as the law of attraction. It's not, the secret. That's not the same. This is the law of vibration, which is the same thing as the law of 7, if you know about that. But I'm actually working on a presentation on this that I'm going to do because I'm absolutely fascinated by this. It's the same reason why I'm fascinated by the Fibonacci levels, the 0.618, because the 0.618 and the golden ratio is found all through the universe. From seashells to the way that stars are organized, and you can find it in galaxies. And so, speaking of moon phases, does it work in trading? And I would say that the data says that actually the markets move in certain ways according to the moon phases and planetary alignments as well. We've seen patterns where different planetary alignments have a statistical edge in predicting certain movements in the market. We don't know why. Okay, we don't know if it's based on psychology, because, for example, you can see that I've seen the statistics on some hospitals say that when there's a full moon, there's more victims coming in from like violence, and some hospitals have like shown the stats on that, and people say like, why? What? We don't really know why. One of the reasons could be that people are having trouble sleeping because there's more light, right? When there's a full moon, there's more light and trouble sleeping. So there's a scientific explanation to most of this, but it's very fascinating. With or without that scientific explanation, it's absolutely. And I think the main thing here is that markets move because of the supply, the forces of supply and demand, and the forces of supply and demand is influenced by human psychology, and human psychology can be influenced by things like moon phases, so everything that can affect human psychology, it can most definitely affect the markets.
That sounds ludicrous, Jonatan. I'm gonna tell you right here, it sounds ludicrous. I'm a science guy. I don't believe anything of that.
Oh, but the thing is, it's like aliens, right? It sounds crazy that there are aliens, but we don't know. Or I would never say there cannot be aliens. There are not aliens because I don't know.
I think any second, Jonatan, any second now, I'm going to convert in a lizard any second now. So watch out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's different, though. That's different. Saying something, saying you cannot. Here's the problem. As far as psychology goes, we have a tendency to want, like you were saying earlier, Jonatan. We want to see our mind, like you were talking about the chart, right? And your tendency to see what you want to be there, right? So we do have this tendency that is not always present, right? Like sometimes wild, crazy things exist, but we have a tendency to want to believe make our eyes see what we want to be there. But it's impossible to say that it cannot be that, because I don't know, maybe it could be moon phases. It's an interesting topic, and really, I didn't know all that, Jonatan. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for the question, Raj. That was a great discussion point. But I think it's interesting. I personally feel like there are easier ways to find edge in the market, but I don't know anything about that stuff, so maybe that's just my bias.
No,
Victor,
I just
you mean you don't see anything in this that could make sense?
No, I just took that
Victor?
stance because I enjoy having that stance. I think when you put it out like that, I see everyone thinking, right, is he really saying this? I knew a part of the audience is asking themselves that. And that moment, I can't help it to take that stance and say it's there's nothing to it. But actually, in the reality, it's that's not my personal stance. I see myself as a person of science. So unless I see proof, I will not believe it. However, I will not discard anything just because it sounds a certain way. If you say that there is a pattern in the galaxies and you can show me that it works on the market, then to me, I'm a believer, right? So show me, and I show me the money. No, I will believe it, but I wouldn't discard it. There are so many things. I mean, like afterlife subjects, right? Near-death experiences, UFOs, and all of that. And in the end, I think we need to realize that our mind and the collective knowledge we have comes from our limited mind, right? We don't know everything, even as race, and we have to accept that the boundaries of our knowledge exist. The boundaries, and we don't know what's out beyond that. Beyond our boundaries. So if I don't understand it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I simply, we need to be open for unexplained phenomenon, and this might be one of them, or maybe there is actually a way to explain this. I would say yes. Backtest it, and I would even trade it. I don't care if it sounds far-fetched. If it works, I'm gonna be trading it. You bet.
Yeah, I like this comment too, that rolling a dice makes the trade decision easier. Again, it gets back to I feel like we've talked about this a million times, but it's that consistency piece. There can be edge in many, many different ways, right? And it's the element of consistency. And when you roll a dice, there's not much to it. You roll the dice and it's, one of 6 choices. If we can simplify trading to something that, consistent and that basic and simple, I do think trading is a lot easier at that point.
I don't believe I personally. Go ahead, Jonatan.
So I'm going to take a trade here on Euro NCD. This is going to be the first trade
is this
on...
what phase of the moon is it? Let me check.
This is the purple one. This is the purple moon.
And I'm short on gold too. We've been busy chatting, so we didn't get to say that. But gold is starting to roll over. It still, ADX has not really kicked in as much as I want to see it, so I am keeping a tight stop. But it is starting to move a little bit lower, so that's kind of things have changed since we came on, since we started.
Really has. It really has. We had this conversation, and I looked at Euro CAD, and we were trading here, and I got ready to go long, and then we had this conversation. I'm like, wait a minute, we're down here now. So it's yep.
Apparently, we need to check this indicator out. Moon faces indicator.
Moon faces. Oh, well, okay, let's do that. Moon faces. That's what we're gonna do right now. Okay.
I was gonna say that I don't believe in astrology personally, but I do know that.
What is this?
What does that mean? You don't believe in astrology? Like what does that mean? If you say,
what I mean is, good question, Deanna. When you would read those things in the newspaper.
Oh, right.
I believe I'm the captain of my ship, and although I cannot control everything, a lot depends on my choices, and if and a lot of things are just luck, bad luck, right? So, but I don't believe in astrology in that sense. But there's a lot of people who are convinced that it has it is. I mean, large part of the population accept numerology, right? The science where the numbers of your date of birth and the hour you were born and the month and the day of whatever, that they actually have a meaning into what kind of person you are, what kind of if you're patient or not, if you're ambitious, if you're sensitive, whatever, all those things, and they swear by it. And who am I to say that's not true?
Okay, we can say that that's not true. I mean that, when we get into the realm of that type of astrology, like we talk about trading here, like
I know, but what if I show you some stats?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, exactly. So you wouldn't discard it completely. I don't have the data, but I mean, I'm open. If someone, if someone would show me some stats that there is some kind of statistical significant difference in character or traits, psychological traits or cognitive traits, based on whatever the day or the month, and who am I to say that's
but
nothing.
Can I okay, look at this though. This is the moon phase. Okay, so new moon.
I did not expect this conversation today. This is completely unexpected.
But okay, so look at this. Do you guys see a pattern here?
I do. I see it right away.
I see a very clear pattern here.
Yes.
I see that all the gray moons are at the bottom of whatever moon we're looking at. All the new moons are at the top. So right off the bat, I see that, okay, I see a pattern. The technical analysis in me says, okay, so this is full moon. Okay, the gray ones are the full moon. So most of the time, a full moon indicates a bottom on this part of the chart. Then you go back and we see, okay, bottom, top, maybe not. So, okay, so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, it's kind of, there's definitely a pattern here.
What, the blue is full moon, or is that new moon?
No, new moon. The blue is new moon, and the full moon.
And when is it? And when is it that the werewolf appear? Is it new moon or full moon?
That's full moon.
Oh, that's full moon. Okay, so that should be at the bottoms.
So what I'm thinking is, if so, we can connect dots of all the full moons here, right? Like this, and then the new moons like this. Now, if there were no pattern at all, we would have, it would look much different. We would have maybe, one, but maybe it's also in the way that the indicator is coded, because the full moons are going to get printed below the candle.
Yes.
And the new moon is going to be printed above the candle. Okay. I'm being tricked.
So, yeah, but I think what we should do to do this properly is to have the exact dates of each phase. Yep. And look forward, let's say 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 days afterwards, and see if there's a pattern into, let's say, whenever there's what is the average move after in the days following a whatever phase, and see if it should be, if there is no pattern, if there is no difference, it should be, the average should come out to be 0, right? It should be just randomly.
There's like we know when there was a full moon, right? And like this we know all of that. We can go back and we can look at all of that, and the information for that should be available online, right? So we look at that, we look at the dates, and then we get a forex pair, and we get the data from like Duca's copy or whatever, or Yahoo or whatever. They all have all the data, and then we cross references and we say, okay, at this date it's a full moon. Is the price lower or higher in the next?
Exactly. And you would have then, after, let's say, three days, let's say you only take one window of 3 days, you would have like one time it was 30 pips above, 20 pips below, whatever. And after 100 or so, you can actually conclude whether or not there is an edge to it, a seasonality basically to it. But in this case, a lunatic seasonality to it.
Well, maybe I can just take the source code. I wonder if the source code is open. Okay, it's script, it's read only. I can edit it. It's open. The source code is open. So what I can do is just take this code. Okay, check this out. This is interesting. I'm going to take this code. I'm going to copy this, put it into ChatGPT, and then I'm going to tell it, create a strategy based on this, where I buy every full moon and sell every new moon.
You have to define the asset, perhaps?
I don't think so.
No?
Let's see. We're going to create a working copy. Then we're going to call it... What are we going to call it? We're going to call it...
Lunatic Studies. Lunatic Studies.
Nah, let's not do that. We're going to offend people if we do that. Like, there's some people who take this stuff serious.
Hey, lunatic literally means...
Victor,
that's lunatic, right? That's lunatic. Yes. It's the same as lunatic. Okay, I'm trying to spell it in my head.
It means it's related to the moon. It doesn't mean anything.
It's right. That's like lunatic. People that are really interested in moon studies are going to be lunatic. Okay, lunatic phases. Okay. So now let's see. It's working on the code right now. Very interested. What if we can get the statistics?
Man, maybe we have a discovery right in front of everyone. Maybe we're gonna.
This is a really good point, though, because basically with trading, there's only 3 aspects of trading, right? Your strategy, your risk management, and your psychology. And I think there are a million ways. I hate this expression, but to skin a cat, right? There's a million ways to skin a cat. There are a million ways that you can be a trader and find your edge. Not all of them work, but obviously there's many, many ways you can do it. But it's more than just how you enter. It's how you position size, how you exit, where you take profit, how you manage yourself. This is one aspect, but you got to have all the other things in line too.
Yeah. I wonder where that saying comes from. Skin a cat. It's quite barbaric.
Yes, it is. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I end up saying it a lot because when it comes to trading, like that is the way that I think about it. There are a million ways. And I think there's another expression that means the same thing that's also disgusting. I need an expression that says that without being so crude.
Yeah. We have a comment saying, "Please, can the astronaut talk trading and leave the moon stuff to the trade?" No, I'm sorry, man. We gotta figure this out. This is
I think we should definitely figure this out. Get to the bottom of it. I want to know. I want to know if the moon has any effect on my P&L or not. If it is, I want to.
The whole idea here is to we're gonna buy when there's a full moon. We're gonna sell when there's a new moon.
Oh, more than one way to
what
say it.
If it's profitable? Like, if it's profitable, I'm gonna shut down the computer. I'm just gonna walk away. I'm gonna say, like, 8 years. I've been doing this for 8 years, and all I had to do is just look up into the sky. Okay, let's see. Is this going to work? Let's see. Add the chart. Cannot add a script with unsaved. Okay, save and add the chart. How many errors are we gonna get? We're gonna get a lot of errors. Okay, this is gonna take a while, so we can't do this.
Jonatan, I said lunatic, but I think I need to correct myself. It's lunar studies. That is related to the moon. Lunatic, even though the word comes from moon, it really refers to something else. We do not want to make that reference.
Well, I'm not trying. We're just having fun. Doesn't matter.
Cat. Yeah, I think I as a cat lover, skin a cat. Every time someone says that,
I know. I'm sorry.
I sometimes I feel like some uncomfortable feeling going down my spine.
Yeah.
So pet a cat. I would definitely support this shift in. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a cat lover, but
I am too. I am an animal lover. Mostly dogs, but cats as well. I don't want to skin any animals, but how do you get that point across? Somebody said there's more than one way to catch a rabbit. That's better,
that's
but
a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. But then, like, you catch the rabbit, then what are you gonna do? You're probably gonna kill the rabbit, right?
Oh,
like
skin it.
I wouldn't.
It's along the same lines. Why do we have to, like? It's just why is it about hurting animals? Can't we just come up with something else that's not about hurting animals?
Same like the expression, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? It's like so horrific. All these expressions are just terrible.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it, but
you haven't? That's like if you tackle a big problem, if you have a big problem, how do you solve a problem? One step at a time. So
I would just say, how do you travel 1,000 miles one step at a time? Isn't that better?
That's better.
It's better, but it's not famous saying, as far as I know.
It's a different Victor. You're not famous enough. No, but I okay. So back to trading, because it's still working.
So are we getting? Is it reasonable to expect that today, within 31 minutes, we're gonna have some kind of a lunar strategy that's going to produce some profits for? Maybe there is an edge, and before we know it, we are going to be setting things up, setting a fund. Who knows?
Well, we're laughing about this, right? We're talking about moons, and we're going to be trading with the lunar cycle. But you know what? There's a whole chapter in CMT1 dedicated to different cycles, and within that, they talk about the moon cycles and planetary alignments, and how it's actually some technical analysts actually use it to find seasonality effects in the market. So I would say it's absolutely a valid way of trading. But yeah, people are going to be laughing at you.
Could be a valid way of trading, right? Like we don't know that, but it's possible.
I mean, let me put it this: if you're going to be attending a real life, I guess, a gathering of technical analysts, you come in there and you say, "Oh, I'm trading based on planetary alignment and moon cycles." Yeah, people are probably going to think like, that's special,
No, but our stance on different topics, they shift with time, depending when we have more evidence. Right, 30 years ago, if you would say to a medical doctor that you're gonna treat someone's pain symptoms with acupuncture, they would laugh you out, right? And rightfully so, because there was no evidence that it did anything other than pinch you, or right, get it doesn't do anything. But nowadays we now have a body of evidence that acupuncture, although the science we do not understand yet why and how and what is the pathway, that it actually is effective treating pain. So, something is weird, and that could be for astrology and all these moon phases, all of this as well. It sounds crazy or far-fetched because we don't understand it, because we don't have evidence to support it. But that is just the status of our knowledge right now. Who knows, in 5, 10, 20, whatever time in the future, we have some evidence. And even if we still don't understand how it produces these evidence, once we have the evidence, we will then accept that it's not crazy at all. It is something. It's real, and you should not laugh about it. And I have to admit, to me, it makes me laugh as well. But it shouldn't. It shouldn't. We should. I definitely support all those believers in astrology out there. Yes, I definitely allow you to entertain that idea. If it works for you, great.
Right.
Why not use it?
Right. Absolutely.
I like it. I really. I mean, I'm a big fan of that. Like, I'm a big fan. Like, also, I'm a big fan of science, but I'm also a big fan of man, I love myself a good impossible conspiracy theory that involves aliens, pyramids, and being able to make money following moon phases like that. Good movie. I would watch that movie.
I think Jonatan, I think your weekend movie, Da Vinci's Code, is having an effect on you.
Oh yeah, it's a good book. It's not a great book, but that's the type of book where I would read all night.
Have you listened to the telepathy tapes? This has nothing to do. Okay, this is not conspiracy theory or anything like that, but it is super interesting. The telepathy tapes. It's a podcast, and you can also listen to it as a podcast on YouTube. Super interesting if you want to stretch your mind. It's about nonverbal autistic people, and it's super fascinating. Really, really
interesting. Very cool.
Interesting.
We listened to it on a road trip. It was great.
Any possibility we can get some signals from that?
I don't think so. But it just kind of made me
so autistic people that are unable to speak completely, or it doesn't.
Mostly completely. Some autistic people, they can communicate, a bit. It's a spectrum, right? Some people have no verbal abilities. Some can say one word at a time type of thing, but really fascinating, talking about their ability to communicate telepathically.
Wow, that's
probably rather controversial, I'm not sure, but super interesting. Highly recommend. It's not a conspiracy, but it makes me think if you're into that kind of thing, you might really enjoy.
Yeah, I would love that. That sounds really interesting. I mean, I've worked a lot with I worked in a mental hospital and the people with mental disabilities, and it's you remove one part of the senses and the other senses becomes more active and stronger in a way. It's really fascinating. You remove the eyesight and then your other senses becomes heightened.
Yeah, you would love it. It sounds like it'd be right up your alley.
Nice. Okay.
How about Jonatan? How about paranormal phenomena? Are you into that as well?
Okay. Yeah.
We're revealing all the skeletons in our closet today.
Yeah. So I've got a lot of books. And most of those books is written by a guy that is the founder of the Swedish UFO Society, and that guy goes all over the country and tries to find like proof of paranormal stuff, and it's really fascinating, really fascinating stuff. Yeah, but I don't believe in like ghosts and stuff like that. I don't believe in like paranormal things when it comes to like I'm not the type of person that's gonna be like, oh, did you hear that? It's probably a ghost, like that's not.
But do you not believe in them at all? Like, would you say they don't exist? Would you be willing to go that far? I wouldn't. I've never seen a ghost.
I would. I think I would, and I would like. People are able to, claim that they're able to, medium and able to speak with the dead and things like that. Like I absolutely do not believe in that for one bit. But then I believe in stuff that probably a lot of people wouldn't believe in. So I don't know.
Listen to the telepathy tapes and then come back and tell us what you think, what your thoughts are.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it sounds like you have some thoughts that are like probably against what you'll hear, but also I feel like it'll probably challenge your thinking too. And I don't know, I'd just be curious to see what you think. The first like episode, you're really surprised, and then they spend a lot of time trying to convince you, and I was already convinced early on, but then it gets even more interesting as it goes on.
Kavika, same as with you, Diana, hasn't seen one but has felt one.
Felt it. Interesting. That's
very
cool.
Interesting.
I guess for me, I'm just like I don't know. I've never seen an alien. I've never seen a ghost, but I can't say that they don't exist either. I don't know. It's kind of like we were saying before. If you don't know, how can you say for sure it doesn't? I don't know. Can moon phases work? I don't know.
But I think there's a level of like, yes, I know like having that stance is good. I mean, to say that I can't know that it doesn't exist, and I can't know that it does exist. But there's some, I guess there's some level of like at some point you kind of have like if I tell you that the Earth is flat, you're gonna tell me it's not flat, and then I'm gonna be like, well, have you been to space? Have you seen it? And you're gonna be like, well, no, I haven't, but we know that it's not flat, right? So it's like at some point we kind of have to, I guess, when the theories are getting a bit too outlandish, I think we have to kind of like.
The thing is, lack of evidence does not mean it does not exist.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. The fact that you haven't seen it doesn't mean it does not exist, and that's the same thing with aliens. I mean, not that I have aliens in my closet, but
okay, I haven't seen aliens, but I'm pretty certain that they do exist.
Oh, they do exist.
Well, look at this. This is a really interesting comment. I don't believe in ghosts. I think it's all from the mind. That's really fascinating because, I mean, you have thoughts, right? It's from your mind, but you believe in your thoughts. I don't know. We're getting pretty deep here.
Now, do you believe in aliens, Deanna?
This is the comment of the day, though. This is beautiful comment. He says, "Can't say about Earth, but my P&L seems flat."
That's hilarious.
We got the proof right there. Something's flat.
That's funny. Aliens. I've never seen an alien, but it would not surprise me that there is something other than humans out in the universe. So,
yeah, but where are they? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. I just, it makes sense in this huge, vast universe, especially because we know that like we are very self-centered and self-focused. We believe because we know something, because our world doesn't include aliens, then we assume that it means, well, they don't exist. I feel like, I don't know, I've never seen an alien, but I've never seen, a lot of things. So I wouldn't say I don't believe in them. I don't have any proof that they do exist, but it's possible.
No road trip of yours, Deanna, went to Area 51?
Well, my husband was in the military, and he, I don't know if you know the conspiracy about the flying Tic Tacs. Have you all heard?
Oh yeah,
Anybody heard of
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, he saw the flying Tic Tac, and so we don't know what it is, but he was a fighter pilot, and he had an experience where he saw it. So it's the same type.
And he's not alone. I mean, there's hundreds of people
now.
involved in this.
There is, but it wasn't initially like that. It was kind of like a weird thing before, but now people have started to come out and talk about it.
Yeah, I feel like now people are really feeling. I feel like now, especially in the military in the US, they can really feel like they can talk about it because there's so much in the media.
So if our stream goes blank right now, you know that we're getting too close to the truth.
Yep, that's the CIA, definitely.
Yeah.
If everything
I
sounds like, because what your husband forgot to tell you is like that's secret.
Well, it's not secret because I mean, we don't know what it was. Like we don't. I don't know any secrets personally, but I am open to anything. Like if I don't know it not to be true, then I try to maintain that it could be true. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Well, okay. So back to trading here. We don't really have.
It is.
We got about 20 minutes here. Speaking of gold,
let's take a look. Gold is starting to show some downward momentum. We're definitely below that previous day high. Like midway to the prior day low, which was already taken. So at that point, I wouldn't really consider it necessarily super relevant anymore. But it's starting to move down, but still, even after the New York Open, there is not a lot of momentum behind this move yet. It's starting to pick up a little bit, but there's not much to say about it just yet. Same with the indices. They're starting to pick up to the upside a little, but volatility, ADX is still quite low.
So I'm currently long on Euro NCD right here. So this is the trade that I entered here. I looked at, if you look at the 50-minute, the breakout right here is the confirmation that I was looking at. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be my take profit. I have to. I think that's actually I like that. I think that's going to be at least close to where I will exit. So Euro NCD, I like that. Euro AUD is also in an area where I feel like it has a decent type of break and retest right here. You see a level that we have not been trading, or getting a significant type of price structure above this level ever since breaking below in the beginning of July. So I guess a little over one month here, and now we have a sustained move to the upside, not just a fake out like this one, but we have a sustained move to the upside. We're hitting that level, and we have a reaction. And what I'm thinking here on the 50-minute is, we broke above that trend line. We got a higher low right here, and if we can get this type of price action, I would be looking at this. This setup right here, but I'm already in Euro NCD, so I'm not sure I want to have another Euro trade in here. Think. What anything that you're watching? Kind of like anything you're looking to enter?
Who are you referring to?
Well, anyone that has anything that they are looking to enter, you may speak now.
I can show. I'm gold. I do have a position on. I would love to add to it. This is what we were talking about before. I kind of dislike the yellow that I put on there, but that was the range that I put on. And we had talked about how gold dropped down, took out the low, and then was looking pretty bullish, but then it took out the previous day high and then dropped back below, starting to look a little bearish. And now we've kind of seen we're kind of seeing it pick up to the downside a little bit. So this is, where it took out the low, took out the high, dropped back below. So price is kind of like right at the midpoint of the day's action and the previous day's price action. If we can start to see gold really roll over, that could be interesting if the momentum picks up a bit. But right now it's kind of sluggish. Same with the S&P, looking fairly sluggish. Price took out the previous day low. So that's that pink line here and is pushing higher, but it's just a little bit lazy. And let's take a look at the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ never made it above or below the previous day high or the previous day low. It got close to the previous day low, but never actually took out that prior low. So overall, to me, the market just seems a little bit lazy. Makes sense for a no high impact news Monday. Also, we have the meeting coming up in a couple hours, 3.5 hours now, I think, with Trump and Putin and Zelensky. So, right now it just seems a little bit quiet, a little bit sleepy. Momentum starting to pick up on the NASDAQ a little bit, but it's just kind of a little bit sleepy.
I'd like to show a couple of, or just a couple, one pair that I'm looking at as well before time runs out on us. Let's see if I can switch to my screen right there. Right, that's all right. There we go. This is pound cat, and if we look at the pound cat has been on a higher time frame, an uptrend. We're actually breaking out of these highs we had before, and we are currently retesting a bearish order block after the breakout. Right, so that's one thing. That could be, if this is broken, obviously on the monthly, that would mean that we're going to have a new impulse, and that would be because we had let me mark it with some better way to see it. We had the breakout, and then it came multiple times, actually, in every month, in every candle, and since that day or since that month, it came back to retest the broken level, right? And if we do eventually break this order block, then we're going to have some acceleration again, because it will be clear to everyone that would be the breakout has been confirmed, and it's going to continue, and there isn't a lot to stop price in that sense. That's one thing, right? So I'm looking at that possible reversal. If it were to reverse, that would of course create a fake out move, because that's exactly what it would look like if it does come back into the range. So that could be a nice trade to hold long term. On the weekly time frame, there isn't anything that I'm looking for. It is already the second retest, and actually also the third retest. So the weekly doesn't have alignment. However, let me mark this as well, like so. However, if we go to the daily, there is a very special place, and that is because of this quasi right here. Wherever you mark it does not really matter, but there is a quasi broken the neckline and then comes back to the top order block, which would be possibly a reversal entry for this pattern. And we're right there. And what I do like about this is that we're getting into that reversal. So it doesn't have, it's missing it has a missing link, right? The weekly, but it does have the monthly. And it could be what is left behind after a fake out.
Sorry.
No problem.
Crazy.
So so there is a monthly reason why price could drop, at least for a couple of months or maybe one or two, and there isn't a weekly, but there is a very nice, very large. This would be the highest point it is the highest point, that would be obviously where you start to look for the head. And as I just indicated, it does have the pattern of a quasi, at least for me, and it's a valid one. And this big area is where I would be looking for that short. And what I do like about this is that we're getting into that supply area without, how many days is this? I haven't measured it, but let's do that live with you guys. How many candles have we had so far? 10 straight candles back to back, bullish. It can continue. Doesn't mean it's gonna stop now. But the more it goes, the more likely it is that it needs some kind of a retrace, right? It's getting extended. Not only that, if you look for the lower time frame, you can see that this move has had very, very little retracement. Doesn't mean it's gonna that mean that the timing, the retrace, possible retrace will happen exactly now. I don't know that. But it is due for some kind of retracement, and the fact that it reached this area, that daily structure, without kind of extended, in my mind, it makes it a confluence, right? Makes it easier for price to reject this order block. And by the time, even if it does something, it doesn't have to retrace the whole movement, the whole leg, but just a retracement of perhaps 30% away from this order block already could be everything you need to understand that the market has actually changed direction and reacted on that daily order block. And that means that I would be, if I would to trade this, and I'm actually actively watching this pair to be traded, my target would be at the bottom. I don't have any structure, not at this time frame. There is a daily order block there. However, I would just target the low of that. And if we go deeper, right, if we zoom in, this is pound CAD. If we zoom in, what we see is that the H4 did leave some structure. So maybe if I get a retracement or a retest, I should say, of these structures within a certain number of bars, since their creation, they're still fresh to me. So if we get a retracement of them, I could see myself building a case for a short on this pattern. And if we go to the H2, there's actually a quasi in here that gives us this as the let's say the entry order block from these two structures. They're not great in the sense that they're not narrow, right? They're quite wide, but there are only two of them, so very easy for anyone to trade them. So I would be looking for possible entries here if I can get an alignment, putting my stop above and targeting on a daily time frame or in a day trade, just targeting the daily range perhaps or something similar. And if we do get a daily reaction and it creates some daily structure, I would be able to hold it for possibly this target or something in that area. That would be something that I'm actively looking for to see if it gives us enough alignment to trade. I think this is a potential great trade, but we'll have to see. Let's not jump the gun. It isn't completely aligned yet. It could still have some more ups to it before it actually reverse. We don't know exactly yet. I will be deciding. I will just wait. Actually, it's not a decision. I would just wait for price to get to these structures, these H2, and just on the lower time frame give me a signal. So it doesn't depend on me. If it gives me a signal, I'll take it, and if it doesn't, I won't. That's my side. That's what I'm looking for. That's pound CAD on with alignment all the way to the monthly, although it is missing the weekly alignment. But something I would definitely want to share with our audience.
So I got my algo entering a long trade on USD JPY as well. So I figured I could quickly share with you guys what.
Which algo is that? Is that the moon phase?
Yeah.
Just thinking the same thing. Did he just whip up an algo?
Yeah, that was quick.
That's impressive.
Let's see. What's the Okay, so USD JPY went long. It's 1 hour. That's the 1 hour. So the entry is right here. And then the TP is, okay, so I have to zoom out here because I'm looking at MetaTrader. It's like one high and then 2, 3. Okay, so the TP is here and the stop loss is here. It's a breakout. It's a breakout system, but looking at this, I'm asking myself what breakout, but we'll see. It's actually like, it's one of the most profitable EAs I have in the portfolio, and it's supposed to be a breakout EA. But some of the trades that I see it enter is right at resistance. So I think what it's actually doing most of the time is looking at, it's actually anticipating the breakout. It's looking at a combination of different indicators. And so if price is moving towards a resistance with momentum, and these indicators are doing this, then the chance of a breakout is high, which is really cool, which is something that is very, very difficult to do, to anticipate breakouts. So yeah, that's what it's doing right now. I also have orders in for Euro JPY and GBP JPY, but those are more longer term. And of course gold. And I got gold. The breakout strategy on gold is, I mean, when I launched this EA portfolio, I think gold broke like this level when I started applying this EA. So yeah, that EA was incredibly profitable on this run, and now it's not very profitable because a lot of times it's getting caught in fake outs, which is, of course, it's in a range, right? Which is not.
But that's the description of a trend follower, right?
Yeah,
exactly. If there's a breakout and the trend is strong, and that strategy will be profitable, very profitable perhaps. And once it gets rangy, you will start getting losses, and depending on the ratio of those two, it is a profitable or not strategy.
So this is a big move on gold.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like anything that happened here, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's just maybe it's just this support breaking, because we looked at this and we said, okay, this is strong support as long as this support holds, but then of course we had a lot of room to the downside below that support. So I think this looks like a technical move,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry, I keep muting them, but I don't know why they keep coming back. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clean technical action. I think it is choppy, but we drew out that kind of like rectangular area where price has been chopping, and maybe there's more work to be done down toward the bottom. So it seems like a pretty technical setup. The S&P and the indices were moving higher, but now they're starting to turn a little bit. So maybe that will impact the move in gold, but they haven't been quite as inversely correlated as they've tended to be in the past. So, who knows? We'll see what the day brings.
Yep. This is actually the first trade on that first account. Opened that new account, and like I shared in the beginning here in the live streaming beginning of this session, where I'm gonna go back into active trading once again, discretionary active trading, and share my whole journey. So this is the first trade of that, which I don't really like the fact of the first trade being a winner, if it's a winner, because
why?
I don't know, because it kind of gives the I mean, of course it's good, but
it seems like I always start out with a loss, so I would welcome a winner in a new account.
Yeah, usually what I do is I usually start with a winning streak, and that's the only winning streak that I have a lot of times when I start this product, because I usually trade very well, and then emotions and everything gets the best of me.
Yeah, that can happen.
I have to.
So you see a pattern you want to break.
Yes, I see a very clear pattern here now that I'm getting confident, and like, okay, this is a good trade. It worked, and but I need to assume that it could have just been a loser, and I think this time around, doing this journey and doing it completely open and transparently, I think it's gonna be. There's one thing. I mean, I've narrowed everything down, looked at all the issues that I've had in trading, and I've narrowed it all down into like one problem, and that is, the impulsiveness. Right when I'm going to take an entry, I have no problem with take profit or stop loss or trade management or risk management. Like, there's nothing of that. They have one problem, and if I can fix that, I think this is going to be really, really good. Okay,
I like the topic of today. I loved it. I think we should revisit it sometime again.
You mean moon phases and
yes, that was fun.
Yes. I enjoyed it a lot, and I actually realized that I thought that lunatic has the same meaning as lunar, but it does not.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought you were making a joke, Victor.
Yeah, I thought you were making.
I was spelling it out in my head, and I was going, "Wait, okay, that was pretty like right on the spot that he made that joke."
Yeah, exactly.
I know. I know that the meaning of lunatic has a lunar origin. I knew that, but I thought that you could use that word for both cases, right? For lunatic and lunar, but that's not the case. So I learned something today.
There you go. I do think that term lunatic does have a reference to the moon,
Yes,
but I don't know. I don't know what exactly the origin of it. So, all right, everyone. It was great to see you both, Jonatan and Victor. Great to trade with you, and awesome conversations today. So that was really fun.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Diana, and thank you everyone else for joining as well. The secret word, you guys know, we have, I said the 3 words in today's live stream. You combine those 3, and that gives you access to the giveaway. We have a lot of people asking, what is the secret code? What's the last word? Well, that's for you to make sure that you cover in. And you can't go back and look at the replay because the giveaway is already closed. Okay, so it's too late. Gotta pay attention, guys. Let's make this a nice competition. Let's see if you can find those Easter egg words that we've hidden in the live streams. But okay, so the giveaway is closed, but the secret word was find the edge. So I said in the beginning, I said find, and then the, and then I said the last word was edge. Tomorrow we're going to do the same thing, so make sure that you pay attention, you listen, and you watch in the comment section. Take care, everyone, and we will see you all tomorrow. Where do I have the outro?
I'll find it.
I find it now. Okay, take care, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.